Santa Monica, and welcome to the Tuesday, December 17th, 2024 meeting, the last meeting of the year. I would like to ask our audience to please turn your phones off or on to vibrate as to not disrupt the meeting. And Councilmember Zernitskaya, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're going to take roll.
Councilmember Zwick,
Here.
Councilmember Hall,
Present.
Councilmember Raskin.
Here.
Unfortunately, Councilmember Snell is not in attendance tonight. Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Here.
and Mayor Negrete.
Here. I'm going to read a City of Santa Monica Statement of Accountability, a land acknowledgement, and please bear with me as I try to get through the pronunciations smoothly. The City of Santa Monica is located on the land of the Tovangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrieleños Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Coruvonga, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrieleño descendants who are part of the Gabrieleño Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers and Kuyan guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The City of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrieleños Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility in their ancestral land. Clerk, will you ask if any council members will be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act?
Oh, yes, you just stole my thunder, but yes, this is recusing themselves pursuant to the Levine Act this evening. Okay, hearing none, we'll proceed with public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And it looks like we have 8 speakers for this item.
Thank you. I'm going to be calling 5 names, and if you'll just line up in the order that I call your name. Zoe Montaner, Denise Spartan, Allison Schallert, Jonathan Foster, and David Watley. And when you come up, please say your name and what, I'm sorry? Oh, sorry.
Give me 1 second to get ready, that I'm going to submit some papers. Okay. Good evening and congratulations to the new members of our city council. I couldn't come last Tuesday. They told me it was crazy, so I'm glad that I stayed home. I want to speak about a challenge that I filed regarding the last election that is going to be heard on trial on January 8th of 2025. The Secretary of State, Election Division's chief knows about this. The Secretary of State knows about this. The Governor of California knows about it. And more important, the Attorney General of California knows about this. Last Thursday, even though the members that were not elected but appointed of the Santa Monica College Board of Trustees were not sworn here, but then one of the members told Dr. Jeffries to put a resolution to take office in the Santa Monica College Board of Trustees meeting. I mean, you have a lawsuit right now that you have spent a lot of money. If you want to keep embarrassing the city in doing elections that put people of Latin heritage as second-class citizens, go ahead. But I've been going to the law library every day. I've been learning the law. I know the California election code left to right, top to bottom, and I'm ready to write my brief. And I've been writing the brief for a week. So Attorney Sloan told me that I've been giving them a lot of work to do. So I hope that when you go to unclosed sessions today, that you discuss this because you have time to do the right thing. The violations of the Santa Monica City Clerk were evident. It is Title II.
Thank you, Ms. Montanaro.
Good evening, Denise Martin. Welcome again to the new council members who use disinformation and fear to get their positions, just like China. Since you're all from SMER, would that make SMER a communist organization? The next subject I'd like to address tonight is bringing City Hall staff back to work at City Hall. Because isn't that what the city's supposed to do, serve the public? Isn't that their job? So how many city staffers working from home use mouse jiggers or have another job, do you know? Or a recent experience I had when contacting a housing authority staff member who was working from home was, no one said anything when they answered the phone, and I was hung up on twice. So would not dealing with the public be a new city policy? And when was the last time you evaluated city staff's performance when working from home? Or is City Hall staff making as much as they can, doing as little as they can? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. I have Allison Schallert next.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking
On
only
the-
on item,
Yeah, no problem. Jonathan Foster?
Hello, Mayor. So you became mayor. It's pretty awesome. The other day, I wasn't so sure. Still not happy with the council on its choice in Democrat wants to go ahead and let the abortions happen. I've never been happy about any of that decision. They were, a while back, this council took a decision on Texas making different law on abortion, and they took up a resolution that said they didn't, they wanted to tell Texas they didn't like it. I thought it was pretty funny because there's so many other more important things to tell somebody. And really, Santa Monica can't take care of its own self. So I called this thing the baloney. I wrote down here, bring back Phil. I'd like to see Phil back here, actually, be honest with you. On the, in the past, there's been some discussion on speed limit in Santa Monica, and I really do like the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, and I try to do 25 on Broadway, and I'm completely, just almost past. And as a small joke, I thought maybe to be safer, it should be 23 miles an hour, because it's always 20, 25, 30. It's never 23, and I think 23 is more safe, but, it's... So I was also going to speak on something that's actually here, 16M, and I don't know if it's the right thing, because you want to change the procedure and conduct. How does that,
If you want to sign up to speak on that, that would be next. Right now, we're just doing public. Items not on the
but I don't know
agenda.
if my comments actually fit 16M, but I'll try to put them there. But anyways, okay, I will just say, God bless you, Mayor. I hope you do good. I'm not always happy with all your decisions and stuff like this, and even the statements that you just made about the Tongva. I'm part Native American too, but Jesus Christ owns this land. No Native American does. And by your statement, that means this isn't Mexico? This isn't Mexico?
Thank you, Mr. Foster. David Watley?
No, I like Mexico, but this isn't.
And I'm just, pause 1 second, David. I'm going to call the next 5 names. Harvey Etter, Monica, Jerry Rubin. I think that's all the names I have. So Harvey Etter, Monica, and Jerry Rubin, if you'll line up. Thank you, David. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Santa Monica City Council. My name is David Watley, and I can be reached on my Google Voice, which is area code 202-436-4340, or my mailing address, which is 1550 Wilson Boulevard, Suite 700, Arlington, Virginia, 22209. And so I'm here to follow up on my public comments from last week's City Council meeting when I called the White House and confirmed the mailing address for the White House, which is 1600 100 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20500, and it was mentioned to address your letters either Dear Mr. President or Dear Dr. Biden. So I have a letter here that I wrote. It's dated today, December 17th, 2024. Dear Dr. Biden, my name is David Watley, and I am currently a registered voter in Arlington, Virginia. I am writing to follow up on a letter I wrote to the President Biden at the beginning of his presidency. I sent the letter to him at the Navy Pentagon while I was living out of the country in the state of Jalisco, Mexico, from 2019 to 2021. Specifically, I am writing the President today to advocate in support of the work of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, in particular their work pertaining to the public policy matters of mental health and immigration. Details about this work can be found on the U.S. Mayor's website, usmayors.org. I would be honored to receive the support of the President with regard to my advocacy. Thank you, Dr. Biden, for your time with this letter, and I hope that you and the President will consider supporting my advocacy. Sincerely, David Watley, CC via email, the Arlington County Board, Arlington, Virginia. So I want to make sure to send this to the new mayor. So is it lana.negrete@santamonica.gov?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a copy of this, and I'll send that.
Thank you, Mr. Watley. Thank you very much. Harvey Etter? We got to keep it quiet. I'm sorry. Mr. Foster, can we respect the other speakers? Thank you. Go ahead, Harvey.
Thank you. Good evening. This is the first day of new council, so welcome. I've been around a long time. I went to Venice. My family's been here more than 100 years. My name's Harvey Etter. I'm speaking for myself. And I've been doing solar environmental stuff, the Public Solar Power Coalition. There used to be Santa Monica Solar. We were involved in that like 40 years ago. And now with the Clean Power Alliance, we're point on that, which is the third largest electric utility in the state. It's a CCA, community choice. It's a hybrid with investor-owned and whatnot. The stuff's in the news a lot about the low carbon fuel standard and increasing the price of fuels like 50%. And the governor's gone down 15, 20% in the polls over the last period. So anyway, back more on the media stuff with me before I forget. I've got a toilet that's full up of caca, of dreck. And they're telling us, I'm at Step Up, and they say that we're not a residential building. We got 32 units upstairs, okay? This is outrageous, okay? We keep reporting it, nothing's done. It's retaliating. We want to buy the building, this whole thing with these buildings going up and everything. That the 9,000 units is supposed to be helping us the very lowest in equity and incorporating the work done by Piketty, the French economist, his book in 14 and 20, that for 2/3 of the country, there's been no increase in income and equity. 70% in the last 40, 50 years, 70% increase in productivity, the top 1/10 of 100th of 1%. Okay, now we're breathing air that's poison. All right, and this is violation. We're violating of Federal Acts 2.5 that goes right through your lung walls into your circulatory system to your organs, and it causes cancer and kills you and stuff. All right, that's out here, and then they had the smoke come in. This last couple weeks, I was exposed to asbestos.
Thank you, Mr. Utter. Monica?
Good evening and congratulations to you all. And I want to say thank you on behalf of individuals like myself who have families here in Santa Monica who appreciate safe places for our children and for all of the youth here, safe places for them to go, such as our public libraries and our youth centers and nonprofit organizations that are here who help support our youth. So thank you all for supporting all of those places for our community, particularly our youth. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Monica. Jerry Rubin?
Thank you very, very much. Jerry Rubin, longtime Santa Monica resident. Mayor Negrete, council members, city manager, city attorney, city clerk, honorable police officers, and fellow Santa Monicans, I want to really wish everyone a happy holiday season. Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, and a happy new year. A good new start for 2025, a positive start where we're all working together for this great city. I was pleased to learn that the Santa Monica History Museum is going to be doing a special educational program on the history of Santa Monica trees on January 29th. And I think that's a great thing. I hope we'll all support it. Mark your calendar now, and it should be really a wonderful, wonderful time. So thank you, and all I can say is carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. And I think that concludes our public comment on items that are not on the agenda.
That is correct. We'll now move on to public input under agenda items, under closed session, special agenda items, and consent calendar only. And it appears that we have
9 speakers.
Sorry. That is correct, 9 speakers.
Okay, I'm just going to call the first 5 names, if you will line up in that order. Zoe Montaner, Denise Spartan, Maria Lawyer, Oscar De La Torre, Gina Tabaka.
Can I go second?
Sure. So, yes, it is further down. Denise Spartan, she's going to let you go before her.
Good evening. For the consent calendar this evening, you must not want the public to be able to speak on every item they want to by the number of items on the consent calendar. Then on item 5G, it lists various funds for payment. These funds should be listed individually and individually itemized, which would show transparency and let the public know where the money's coming from. And for items 5L and 5M, if it lists miscellaneous grant funds. I personally have never heard of a classification of miscellaneous grant funds. Aren't grant funds for a specific purpose to be used for? So again, shouldn't these be listed to show transparency? Or do the new city council members, like the previous one, think it's okay to misappropriate misappropriate restricted funds? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Zoe Montaner?
This is for closed session, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Closed session, item 4B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation of Maria Loya and Pico Neighborhood Association. I forgot to bring you to the record for discussion an email that I sent Lisa Rode, the recording secretary of Santa Monica College Board of Trustees. And I want to comment on this because, you know, I don't know the law. I'm not a lawyer. I've been going to the law library for a month, reading about the law. But what I know is that as a person of color that has run for office on 3 different occasions, the treatment that I have received doesn't show the values of the city. And when we speak about values, we have to walk the talk. So I am not going to comment on favor or against, but in my experience, after bringing this to the attention of our city and to the Santa Monica College Board of Trustees, there seems to be a pattern. And we have a citywide equity, program that I was part of, that I offer a workshop for Santa Monica residents to be part of. I'm very grateful for the small grant that the city gave Compassionate Santa Monica to participate. But I, in good conscience, cannot be part of something and then be treated in the way that I've been treated when I have brought to the attention of the city clerk and the city manager and the city attorney the facts of the election code in California. So I hope that you consider this in your agenda as new city council members. And Lana has been more experienced, and as a woman, so please read this. I'm going to give it to.
Thank you, Ms. Montaner. Maria Loya?
Good evening, council members. Good evening, Mayor Negrete. It's been 8 years since the Pico neighborhood and I filed a lawsuit against the city of Santa Monica for violating the California Voting Rights Act by enforcing an at-large election system that historically worked to prevent candidates of color to win a seat at the Santa Monica City Council. There's a second trial that is being proposed by the Superior Court Judge Crawley, who mentioned at the last hearing that this process may take another 3 to 4 years, costing Santa Monica taxpayers an estimated additional $10 million to the $14 million already spent to paying a high-price law firm, Gibson, Dunn, and Crutcher at $1,800 per hour to fight Latino voting rights. With the adoption of an at-large election system in 1947, Latinos, Mexican Americans from the Pico neighborhood were left without representation for 73 years. The impact of not having political representation resulted in years of neglect and marginalization of residents from the Pico neighborhood. Pico neighborhood residents have endured social neglect, gun violence, and environmental racism. Our neighborhood was left with no one to truly represent us on city matters. The purpose and the goal of the CVRA lawsuit is to change an election system that was rooted in systemic racism. The establishment interests led by SMER, SEPS, and Santa Monica Forward have consistently stood against district elections because they want to control the city's purse strings and the future development of the city of Santa Monica using the at-large election system. All of you ran as progressives against the Latino Voting Rights Act. That's a major contradiction. When you look back on your time as a council member, what do you want to be known for? Remembered. Will you also carry the legacy of going against Latino voting?
Thank you, Ms. Loya. Former council member Oscar de la Torre.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Negrete, council members. My name is Oscar de la Torre. I'm a lifelong resident of the Pico neighborhood. So everything that Maria has just talked about, I personally lived through it. There's a lot of trauma behind that. You know, the issue of systemic racism has real impact on people. And I want to read to you all a plaque that's right in front of us right now. We were there. I was on the city council when we supported the apology to the African American community. I stand in solidarity with my black brothers and sisters for real racial justice. Let me tell you some of the things that plaque says. It says, we understand that real change will occur when all people recognize the impacts of systemic discrimination in the city of Santa Monica and recognizes that and takes responsibility for personal and direct contributions to discrimination, whether intentional or inadvertent. It also says that we resolve to rectify the lingering consequences of discriminatory city policies and to use the statement of apology as a teaching moment for the public to move forward towards justice for all. Also, it says that we commit to programs, policies, and investments that can educate the public about the history of discrimination and its ongoing consequences, and to ferreting out and overturning systematically racist policies to ensure that the pain caused by several decades of racial injustice and discrimination against African Americans and other people of color is mitigated to the extent possible. Other people of color, I think Mexicanos, Mexican Americans, Chicanos, Latinos, Puerto Ricans, I think all of that is relevant, right, when we talk about that. I want to also read you all a letter that was written by Senator Alex Padilla, because the truth is that as Democrats, you know, we have to think about the difference between at-large election systems and district election systems. The state Democratic Party, the county party.
You have 4 minutes. Gina was.
Oh, Gina Vaca is donating.
Yes.
Okay.
2 minutes. I'm just going to quickly call up Eve Lopez and Amaya Lopez to be ready next.
Okay. Good timing, Gina de Vaca. Thank you very much for those 2 minutes. So let me just read you really quick what United States Senator Alex Padilla said in regards to this case here in Santa Monica. He says, if the city of Santa Monica prevails, the CVRA's protections against discriminatory at-large elections would be drastically weakened. In other words, if the city has its way, California would be set back 20 years. In 2020, I wrote to the California Supreme Court in support of the Pico Neighborhood Association and Maria Loya against the city of Santa Monica and proudly stood with community members, civil rights organizations, and elected officials, including the Latino, African American, and Asian and Pacific Islander state legislative caucuses here in the state of California. That's why I'm speaking out again today. Our democracy is too important and California's leadership too vital for any of us not to participate. This case here in Santa Monica has statewide implications. There are communities throughout the state of California that are watching this case, and the impact can be very severe, very negative if the city of Santa Monica prevails. Senator Padilla is true progressive. You cannot be progressive and be against voting rights. You cannot be for voting rights in one place and against voting rights in another place because it benefits you politically. Former Councilwoman Christine Parra is right here with me as well. And, at one point, there were 3 of us from the Pico neighborhood, myself, Kristen McCowan, and Christine Parra, all living in the Pico neighborhood, all people of color. And we were asked, both Christine and myself, would you support district-based elections, being that 3 people of color now live in the Pico neighborhood? And I was very proud that myself and Christine Parra said yes, that if our political position and our seats were sacrificed to create a better election system, a more progressive election system here in the city of Santa Monica, we would be okay with that because we leave the city of Santa Monica in a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. De La Torre. Eve Lopez is next, but I'm just going to quickly call up Jonathan Foster, David Watley, and Harvey Etter to line up.
Hi, and I have time donated from Amaya Lopez, my daughter.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening and congratulations. My name is Eve Lopez and I am a resident here in Santa Monica. And I come before you tonight here with my daughter. And there's a purpose, it was intentional to have her here before you tonight. Because I'd like to urge this council to settle the ongoing voter rights case and adopt district elections for Santa Monica. This issue delves to the heart of what it means to have a truly representative and inclusive government. Now that my daughter is old enough to vote, I want her to experience a city where every voice matters, where every neighborhood has a seat at the table that you all occupy, and where fairness isn't just a platform you use to get the seats that you sit in, but rather that you put it into practice. Words don't mean anything unless you follow them up with action, and I am asking you to do what you promised to do. Be fair, be equitable, and be inclusive. Santa Monica, we are a vibrant, diverse community. We are home to all ages, all backgrounds, and walks of life. We've made progress in many areas. You all are a representation of some of that progress. But that representation can't stop with just those faces we see on the dais today. It must extend to geography. Under our current at-large election system, many neighborhoods feel underrepresented, unheard, and quite frankly, excluded. Decisions about housing, zoning, traffic, public safety, they often come from people who don't live or understand the dynamics of our individual neighborhoods, and that needs to change. With California housing mandates coming down upon us, it is vital that we have every neighborhood have a seat and therefore a voice at this table. It's to not have that. It's not only is it not fair or unsustainable, it's not democratic. It's not the governance my daughter or future generations should be forced to bear. Each of our neighborhoods, we are very unique. We have our own challenges and also our own opportunities. But currently, those voices cannot be heard. Those experiences cannot be understood if we don't have equal representation on this dais. District elections would change that. You have the power to change that. Give every neighborhood its voice, an advocate, somebody who knows the neighborhood, somebody who knows its residents, who understands its rhythms, its culture, and its needs. You owe that to the city. This decision isn't about any one of you sitting here today. It's not about what you individually feel should be done or is appropriate, or about your own individual perspective. It is about the city, about the people, and about what we need in this city, not about whether it would require or cause you to lose your seat. That is not an appropriate consideration, and I urge you to think about the city as a whole. Creating a governance structure that's inclusive and equitable and representative of everybody is not just important for the issues we face today, but for my daughter and her generation and the generations that come after her. It's the lesson that I want you to please model for her, that we can be inclusive, that we can put our needs aside for the better of everyone, and that leadership is about lifting everyone up, not leaving people behind. Settling this voters' right case isn't just a legal decision. It is your obligation to do right by the people. It's your chance to show us that you did not use it as a campaign platform to be inclusive, but rather that you, as somebody said, you walk the walk. Don't tell us you're committed to representing everyone. Show us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Jonathan Foster?
Hello, Jonathan Foster. I wanted to speak on 5R agreement with Axon Enterprises on the TASER devices. And I support the TASER devices. What I wanted to speak about, though, is where the TASER is placed, because the TASER does kill. And it says right here, it has improved penetration to address loose or thick clothing. I've been going down to the LAPD commission for the last 6 years, and I've learned a lot about policing. And because of this, I'm leaving the United States of America. I don't like the country. I don't like the LAPD. I don't like the LA's constitution. It's very sick. But they did have an interaction with Keenan Anderson right down on Venice and Lincoln, and they tased him right in his back, right here, and this stopped his heart. So, and then the next one, it says improve neuromuscular incapacitation. The new tasers are going to incapacitate the muscle more, and that's important when they really want to make arrest. The greatest police department is the Santa Monica Police Department. It's not the LAPD. It's a good police department. It does have like 10,000, 9,000 people. This has only got like 300 and something. So, but it's amazing. They do awesome work. And what I'm requesting, though, is that the Santa Monica Police Department does not put this taser anywhere around the heart or the chest or directly around the back. See, when they're doing this, it's got to go on the deltoid. That's what incapacitates, or it's got to go on the leg. That's what incapacitates a leg. If you put it directly on some guy's back, that's what killed Keenan Anderson, and this can happen on any taser. And I think, though, with proper training, the greatest police department here, Santa Monica, I'm just thoroughly impressed every year I've been here. I think that they know how to do this. I just wanted to raise the awareness, and if they don't, that maybe.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. David Watley?
Good evening, again, Santa Monica City Council. My name is David Watley, and I am here this evening to advocate in support of Latino voting rights, which is part of the closed session items, agenda item 4 for this evening. So I just sent, I created this slideshow presentation on voting rights. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 slides. I just sent it to the city clerk at santamonica.gov. But the first slide just has my, it says voting rights, and it has my contact information, Wilson Boulevard, Arlington, Virginia, and my Google Voice phone number. Okay. And then the next slide says voting rights, civil rights. And then it says civil rights guarantees What are civil rights? Essentially is what we're trying, what is the definition? How can we define civil rights? Guarantees of equal protection and equal opportunity under the law, irrespective of race, religion, disability, or other personal characteristics. In other words, protected class. Examples: the right to government services, the right to public education, the right to vote. And civil rights are secured by oftentimes positive government action, often in the forms of legislation. Okay, and then the next slide, the title says Voting Rights Act of 1965, landmark piece of federal civil rights legislation. African Americans were being treated unfairly, poll taxes, literacy tests. And on that particular law, from the Brennan Center, there's a quote: "The law has been a hugely successful shield against schemes that limit or dilute the voting power of communities with a history of being marginalized." And I have 10 seconds left. I would encourage you to take a look at this slideshow presentation because it has a lot of useful information with regard to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watley. Harvey Eder, and then Jerry Rubin, you'll be last.
Hello again. I'm Harvey Eder, and I'd like to incorporate my comments made at my 2 minutes to tell you some background. Anyway, I'm talking about 5C, electric buses. They have 30 electric buses. There's two figures here. One's 46 million, and the other's like almost 65 million. And I think it's the latter one that we're talking about. But for a history, we've been going and bringing up solar and whatnot with the city for a long time in the environmental task force, and we were at that meeting last night. We'd like to incorporate the comments we made at that meeting, and it was taped into the record here. And we talked about electric buses, and y'all went with gas, and we weren't happy with that. So we'd like to see it, but we don't know that they're solar electric. We don't know that they have fuel cells from hydrogen through electrolysis versus natural gas. So we don't know on the climate, the overview of what's happening. Another big question now is equity, and I brought up equity in my initial comments in reference to housing. And this should be leveraged and included with solar. And there are tax credits, substantial tax credits for this, and also for the housing. For low income, there's substantial tax credits. And the lower income people should have right of first refusal. This is being done over in Britain now, incorporating what the Labor Party's doing over on that. They're also making funding available for worker-owned co-ops, for businesses to taking over, where you have a 1 to 8 times of income of salaries versus 1 to 300 in our culture now, 350. That's okay. So equity needs to be redistributed. We did a study for a senior thesis with the PUC in the late 70s, early 80s. The Low-Income Solar Equity Project, it talked about this and solar businesses, what was happening then, and leveraging and coordinating programs. And that's what we'd like to see implemented here. And we talked to the department, then the fellow that was there was receptive to this.
Thank you. Jerry Rubin?
Thanks again, Mayor Negretti, everyone. I wanted to speak briefly on the closed session, the council districts. I urge you to let the courts decide this. That's the way democracy works. Appeals, carry it through, and the way it's decided, we live by it. I agree with former Mayor Paul Rosenstein's article that was in the Santa Monica Daily Press and Sir Santa Monica today. It was well written. My gosh, I could be in all these drawn council districts by taking the blue bus and getting each one in 15 minutes. I'm glad that you are all elected, the 4 candidates here this year, with your concern for the whole great city of Santa Monica. And I'm sure the last election, you candidates were elected, different candidates, through a citywide vote that was done fairly, and they were elected. I think Santa Monica is truly a diverse city that is not racist or bigoted, and doing our very best to speak out strongly against that. So I urge you to carry on, and I want you to keep up your good work, because it's so important that everybody know that when you're up here, you're speaking for the whole city of Santa Monica and you're interested in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. And that concludes public comment on closed session, and special agenda and consent. I want to call the next item.
That's correct. Item 3A is the city manager report.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. To our newest members of the council, welcome. I know you already know this, but the employees of this city are an incredibly talented and dedicated group of people, and under your leadership, they will continue to do great things for our city. And before I invite up LaRonda Staggers-Irwin to give a brief update from Department of Transportation, I do want to provide some updates with you all. The Department of Transportation recently released their annual report, and it's a great read. DOT made incredible progress the last fiscal year in shaping a more connected, sustainable, and vibrant city, including adding 3.8 lane miles of new and upgraded bike lanes, securing $28.3 million in grants, and taking 8.6 million passengers on Big Blue Bus last year. And you can visit santamonica.gov to check it out. Applications are open to community members for $500 micro grants to host discussions that will help shape the social equity component of the city's adult use cannabis program. And you can apply for a grant on our website through December 31st. The Santa Monica Airport Conversion Project team held an interactive event on December 7th that was attended by close to 800 community members. I want to give a big shout out to this incredible team led by Amber Rashane and consultant Sasaki for coming up with fun and innovative ways to engage the community on this topic. If you missed the event, you can play one of the games at smacproject.com, and please fill out the survey for Phase 2B of the project while you're at it. And although I don't think he's here, and it wasn't planned for him to be here, but I do want to give another big thank you from the bottom of my heart to David Martin, our Community Development Director, for his many years of service to the city. David will retire at the end of this year, and he leaves behind an incredible legacy of work for the city. I know you can hear me, although he's not here. Thank you, David, for all that you've done for Santa Monica and its residents. You may have also noticed that the holidays are just around the corner. Be sure to follow @BuyLocalSM on social media to find eco-friendly and affordable gifts from local businesses. And just to list a few of the myriad activities taking place over the next few weeks, I'm going to give them to you real quick. This Thursday is the last chance to enjoy Holiday Thursdays on the 3rd Street Promenade from 5 to 7 p.m. You can attend a holiday concert and ukulele strum-along at the main library on Saturday, December 21st from 2 to 3:15 p.m. Celebrate Hanukkah with nightly menorah lightings on the 1200 block of the 3rd Street Promenade beginning December 25th. Ring in the new year with a family-friendly New Year's Eve celebration at Ice at Santa Monica. And for any truly brave souls, the beloved Polar Bear Plunge will take place on Saturday, January 4th at 10 a.m. at the Annenberg Community Beach House. And if you haven't yet made it to Cirque du Soleil's Cuza, make sure you go before it closes on January 5th. City Hall will be open for a half day next Tuesday, December 24th, and closed on Wednesday for Christmas. And the same is true the following week. City Hall is open for a half day on Tuesday, New Year's Eve, and closed on New Year's Day, and you can visit santamonica.gov for a full list of facility closures. And finally, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Kwanzaa to everyone who celebrates those holidays. Now, without a drum beat, I'm going to invite up LaRonda Staggers-Irwin, the Department of Transportation's Chief Administrative Officer, to share the very successful results of the department's recent FTA triennial audit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, and a warm welcome to all of our new council members. I am LaRonda Staggers-Irwin, the Department of Transportation's Chief Administrative Officer. And on behalf of the department, I am pleased and extremely proud to share with you all the results of our most recent FTA triennial review. As recipients of state, federal, and local funds, DOT undergoes multiple audits each year. One of the most rigorous is the FTA triennial review. Mandated by Congress in 1985, the triennial review, which is administered every 3 years, is the Federal Transit Administration's management tool for examining grantee performance and adherence to federal regulations and requirements. This process spans over several months and involves the submission of hundreds of documents and culminates in a 2-day intensive on-site review. This review began in 2023 of December and concluded in September of 2024, covering fiscal years 2021 through 2024. During the review process, FDA evaluates 23 critical areas of transportation operations, as illustrated on this slide. The areas of review range from financial management, technical capacity, procurement, DBE, just to name a few, reflecting the broad and comprehensive nature of the review process. During this most recent review, DOT submitted responses to 240 questions and submitted over 320 supporting documents. So given the vast scope of the areas reviewed and the extensive nature of the process, which as I noted, it covers a 3-year period, it is incredibly difficult for transit agencies not to receive a finding. However, I am pleased to report to Council that DOT received no deficiencies in all areas, an achievement that is accomplished by fewer than 7% of transit agencies in the nation. And what makes this even more special is that this is the second consecutive triennial review that DOT achieved no deficiencies in all review areas. We are extremely proud of this accomplishment, and it was a truly collective effort. And in recognition of DOT's high achievement, we, the department, have memorialized this in the form of a plaque, which will serve as a reminder of the department's steadfast commitment to excellent fiscal stewardship and public funds and dedication to outstanding service. This achievement, along with many others accomplished by DOT over the past year, as Dave mentioned, is showcased in the department's inaugural annual report as an integrated department of mobility, parking, and transit. Each council member should have received a copy along with the DOT beautiful holiday sweaters that I see you all are sporting today. But it can also be accessed by the QR code reflected in this slide. So in closing, DOT's accomplishments, as outlined in my report this evening, as well as the annual report, underscores the city's commitment to advancing transportation, mobility, and parking options to the community. And I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that amazing report and all the work that has gone into not just this report you just gave, but this beautiful book. And I know this is a little bit separate, but I just want to say that I attended the BBB event where there was the awards given for 1 million and even more than 1 million miles traveled without any preventable accidents. So I just want to give a big shout out to BBB. We are representing up here for the DOT fam.
Well, you guys are great, by the way, too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Does any council members have any questions? Sorry, I should have asked that when she was up here. No? Okay.
Okay, we'll now move on to closed session. Item 4A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Maria Gonzalez versus the City of Santa Monica and others. Item 4B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Pico Neighborhood Association and Maria Loya versus the City of Santa Monica. Item 4C, public employee appointment, consider public employee appointment for city manager, interim city manager. Item 4D, conference with legal counsel, Lucinda Manera versus the City of Santa Monica. This is a report out only. Item 4E, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Elroy W. McCrary Jr. versus the City of Santa Monica. And item 4F, conference with real estate negotiator concerning 1855 Main Street, which is the Civic Auditorium. City negotiators are Jennifer Taylor, Nia Tang, and persons to be negotiated with are Tim Sexton, Revitalization Partner Group, LLC, under negotiation, price and terms of payment for lease.
Thank you, Clerk. City Attorney, do you have an estimated return time?
Well, Sergio has been very accurate, so let's go with 7:40.
All right, so we expect to be back by 7:40, and that adjourns our meeting. We will be back after closed session, no earlier than 7:40. Thank you.
Is this the right thing?
Whenever you're ready, I can do the
Okay. All right, that takes us back into open session. Is Councilmember Terosis there? Oh, there she is. Hi. City Attorney, can you report out from closed session?
Yes, for closed session today, all the matters were heard. There's nothing to report out from today's closed session, but I have two report outs from prior closed sessions. As on the agenda, the Monera versus City case, there was a personal injury case settled for $550,000. Council approved the settlement at the October 22nd meeting with a vote of 7-0. And in the McCrary versus the City case, it was also a personal injury case settled for $500,000. Council approved the settlement at the October 22nd meeting with a vote of 7-0. That's all.
Thank you. City Clerk, I'm just looking for the mayor's agenda up here. Did somebody move it? No, I didn't take anything with me. I might have taken it inside closed session. It's fine, I'll just. Yeah, it's in there. It's in Dave's office, probably, yeah. No, just the mayor's agenda. Sorry about that, and sorry for the long wait, but we are back, and City Clerk, do you want to help me call the?
Yeah, let me just figure out where we're at. We are at. Okay, so we're gonna do, we have one last history moment. Just gonna play that.
Yes, this is a carryover from former Mayor Brock's 3-minute history, and we didn't get to hear it last meeting, so we're playing that now, and it looks like it's about Douglas Park.
Give me a second. It's not, the sound's not playing.
Yes, we are all wearing the same sweater. I know that's what you were thinking.
Mayor, I'm sure they're wondering where they can get these.
Yes,
sweaters.
unfortunately.
Today, we will talk about Douglas Park, the 10-acre space that once served as a movie studio
turn it
lot
up.
and the initial home
It's
of
as
the
loud as I
Douglas
can get it.
aircraft. In 1875, Santa Monica built its first water reservoir on the site that would eventually become Douglas Park. With water piped from Curravunga Springs, the former site of an indigenous village. A few years after ceasing its use, in 1919, the city leased the site to E.P. Herman to create a movie studio lot. The motion picture industry was just taking off in Los Angeles, and Santa Monica was hopeful that this studio would bring business to the young city after several local studios had upped sticks to the sunnier lots of Culver City. However, Herman expanded too fast and had to shut down by the end of 1920. In 1922, Herman made a far better financial deal by subleasing the site to aviation pioneer Donald Douglas, who took it over as an airfield and factory. As legend is told, that Douglas was motivated to find an airfield in Santa Monica because he had just settled his young family there. However, the site had some limitations for this new purpose. Pilots had to navigate away from the tall eucalyptus trees that lined Wilshire Boulevard at the time. Bigger planes also had to be wheeled through the city to the municipal Clover Field. Douglas Aircraft soon outgrew the site and signed a deal to move operations to Clover Field in 1927, which was effected in 1929. Through continued innovations and the high demand of wartime production, Douglas would become Santa Monica's largest employer through the 1950s. After Douglas moved out, the city planned to transform the location into a park as a Depression-era New Deal project, initially called Padre Park. Between 1931 and 1933, the site was transformed into a public park designed by Ed Howard. People of all ages came to play in its ponds and green spaces. In 1936, the city announced they would rename the park after its connection to aviation history. A bowling green and clubhouse were built on the site in 1949, and the park still hosts an active club today. Douglas Park remains a popular recreation site with benches, picnic tables, and a playground, as well as ponds where people can spot ducks and turtles paddling through the water. In 2000, the city also installed public artworks by Ellen and Alan Wexler that reinvented the expected format of picnic tables by shaping them around boulders, trees, and play areas. A new playground is under construction and slated to open in 2025.
Thank you. That concludes Mayor Brock's 3-minute history, and we will find a place for those history videos because those are great. As mayor, I'm going to be doing something called the Community Voice, and tonight we will be highlighting Nat Travis, who, by the way, just celebrated his 90th birthday. Happy birthday. Happy belated, Nat.
Santa Monica is a place that anyone can be comfortable. This is a place that regardless of where you've come from, how you're dressed, what language you speak, you're welcome here. Nat is the soul of Santa Monica. I mean, you know, this is a person who cares so much and more importantly, gives so much of his time and his effort, and said to me early on and says to me often, you know, what are we giving back? How are you contributing? I don't know of anybody else that serves on the number of boards that he has. And he's not just a warm seat. I mean, he's involved and he wants to make a difference. He's a good connector. I mean, there isn't anybody that the man doesn't know, from the White House to the state government to locally. And, you know, whether it's a governor or a local neighbor, they feel the same from him.
Congratulations, Nat. You are the epitome of representation matters. You always say truth plus transparency equals trust, but you forgot one, love. We love you, Nat. Thank you for everything.
Hi, Nat. We in the SGI Buddhist community are expressing warm congratulations on this extraordinary tribute to you. We remain deeply indebted to you, not only for the warm and gracious welcome you extended us some 55 years ago when we arrived in Santa Monica, but for your kind and warm friendship every day since. And personally, I want to thank you as well for taking me under your wing and teaching me so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Nat, for your extraordinary contribution to the wider community. And on behalf of New Road School, I'd like to thank you for being one of the key people that breathe life into this institution and the transformative impact that's had on the lives of thousands of young people here and internationally.
Thank you.
Santa Monica.
I will now ask if any council members have anything to report on travel since our last meeting.
If no one else does, I'm going to report that I did have a trip to the National League of Cities Conference that was in Tampa, Florida in November, and I did not get the opportunity to report that out. It is a conference that council members attend a couple times a year, and I will not indulge you in the boring information that was received, but it is informative. We brought back a lot of things back to the city, and it's something that I hope the other council members will be able to attend in the spring.
Okay, with that, we will now move on to the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading. And I do have a note that council member, before we get to that.
You'd like me to ask?
Yeah, actually, do you want to?
Yeah. I'd like to ask the council if they'd wish to hear the redevelopment successor agency consent items with council's items. And then I would like to ask the clerk to announce the payment for the meeting as the redevelopment successor agency and to conduct roll call.
Okay, first we need a motion.
So moved.
Oh, thank you.
I move to hear them together.
Second.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Trosas and Councilmember Zwick seconded.
And we do need to do a roll call vote for this.
Okay.
So, Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Okay, I will now call the roll for the redevelopment successor agency. Agency member Zwick,
Here.
agency member Hall,
Here.
agency member Raskin,
Here.
agency member Zernitskaya,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Terosas,
Here.
and Chair Negrete.
Here. I'd like to ask the council if, to pull any items for discussion.
So I'm going to have to recuse from item 5C, so I'll request to pull that. I'm a partner at the law firm Hanson Bridge LLP. My law firm represents Gillig LLC in connection with land use matters that are unrelated to this contract. However, I'm going to recuse from this item.
Okay. I'd like to
And-
call,
No, I was going to make a motion to approve the consent calendar items 5A through Z with the exception of 5C.
okay, thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas and Councilmember Hall seconded.
Okay. Council agency member Zernitskaya,
Yes.
council agency member, I'm sorry, Mayor Chair Pro Tem Terosas,
Yes.
council agency member Raskin,
Yes.
council agency member Hall,
Yes.
council agency member Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Chair Negrete.
Yes. And passes 6-0. Now does Councilmember Raskin need to remove himself?
Yes, please.
Mayor,
Yes.
on this item 5C, I wasn't going to pull it, but because we have, is there anyone here who can answer a question on it?
And then I'll read it into the record.
Yes, it looks like Eric O'Connor, our Assistant Director at Department of Transportation, will be able to come up.
Item 5C, approval of agreement number 11361, modification with Gilling LLC to purchase 30 40-foot battery electric buses.
Hi there. Good, excited about, further moving our fleet to full electric. Very exciting. This is, I'm going to butcher the question, but there was some talk about the fact that UCLA has announced a pilot around I believe it's some sort of in-ground charging on Westwood Boulevard. And the question was whether these buses either are compatible or could be made to be compatible in the future if UCLA were to expand that pilot down Westwood Boulevard, and whether there was any consideration of that in this procurement.
That's a really good question. Eric O'Connor, I'm the Assistant Director of Department of Transportation. Good evening, everybody. We are closely monitoring the pilot. UCLA is a great partner with us, and we obviously provide service up there. So in the future, we could potentially look at outfitting the buses with that technology. But currently in this procurement, these buses would not have that technology available.
Is there some idea that these buses could be outfitted at some later point?
Potentially, we could look at retrofitting the buses.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That was my whole question. Otherwise, thank you so much.
All this technology is developing really rapidly, so we're monitoring everything.
Yeah. Thank you.
I don't see any other council members in the queue. Oh, thank you. So I'd like to, do I hear a motion?
I'll move the item.
Second.
Councilmember Hall moved the item. Councilmember Zernitskaya seconded.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Someone have, oh. Okay. Sorry, it's a very long consent calendar. All right. Item 6, public input on remaining agenda items. Public input for 12 items will be heard at the time of the public hearing is called. And it looks like we have,
40? No, that can't be right.
no, we don't have 40. 11. Yes, 11 speakers.
Okay, oh, I see, I need to scroll down. Okay, I'm going to call 5 speakers. If you would just please line up in the order.
I'm sorry, that was incorrect. It looks like we had 21 speakers, but there's some duplication, so.
Okay. Well, I have one, and I only have the special agenda, and it's under agenda item 6, public input on remaining. There's no names.
Are you sure?
I mean, yeah.
All right, I'll start calling them.
Unless,
and-
I can just tell you if you've, no, yeah, because those people aren't in the,
All right, so Zoe Montaner. Okay, Denise Barton. Christine Para. Laura Lee Ash. Lisa Jimenez. And Allison Shallard. And Ms. Barton, I know you're down here multiple times. I used 2 minutes earlier, so you have 4 minutes left?
Yep.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good evening. In tonight's meeting, there does seem to be several items pertaining to protecting criminals, and item 10B is one. If the city already has a diversion program, why does the city need another one? Especially one that uses the city's limited affordable housing to house them, to keep them in the city. As well as the city has no statistics or record as to which offenders never go to the diversion program, or complete it, or who does complete it. So I have to question, why would you want to expand services to these people? Or what about the high percentage of homeless people, including criminals, that are transient? Again, I have to ask why the city is not prosecuting repeat offenders and instead wants to call, protect, and keep them in our city due to this action not providing safety to the community. And couldn't these funds be used in a better way? Next, for item 11A, in business, it's a good idea to have the capital needed for the project before you enter into a deal. Passing a deal now a financially bad decision because you don't know where the $13.5 million is going to come from, which it says at the end of the staff report. It also references that you want to take out more debt for it, like tonight's item 12A, which I'm not sure you can do, or raid other funds, neither of which is a good idea. How much can the city be in debt before the creditors own the city? I ask, considering all the bonds and loans that the city has outstanding now. And the previous council already raided many of the city's restricted funds to pay for the settlements for the Powell lawsuit. There's also a repayment schedule for these funds that were misappropriated, not to mention the loan from the airport fund, which also needs to be repaid. Now, with this information, do you think making this deal when you don't have the funds is a financially reasonable or responsible or irresponsible action, unless you're trying to bankrupt the city? Or are you planning to cut services further to the residents and businesses within the city? You realize that we are the ones paying the taxes for these services, right? So if you further cut services, shouldn't the taxes be lowered to a comparable amount to the reduction of services and the negative effect it has? Not to mention that the city's pension is presently at 150% of the budget. Again, making a deal without securing funding a financially irresponsible action. And finally, for item 16N, what do you know? You want to spend the city's limited funding on protecting criminal illegal aliens instead of hiring more police and making the city safer for everyone. Even though you threw it in there, illegal immigrations are not a protected class like religion and race. And again, this is all for your image, considering you're giving illegal immigrants a false sense of security by saying there are sensitive places they should feel free to go without enforcement action. Now, how can you say that? When you've heard Todd Humans say, if you don't want to participate, fine, but don't get in the way. And the public officials who aid and abet criminal illegal immigrants will go to jail. And if you do go to jail, please do not use city funds for bail or legal services, because this is your choice, not ours. Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Barton. Former council member Christine Para. I'm just reminding everyone to state the item and what you're speaking on.
Thank you. I'm here for 2 items, for 11A and 16O. Didn't expect to be back so soon. Good evening, Mayor and council members. The first item concerns the DDA and ground leases considered today for the properties on Wilshire, Euclid, and 14th Street. While I was on City Council, we approved moving forward with Hollywood Community Housing based on their proposal and their willingness to be inclusive and responsive to the community's the project. However, it wasn't until I had the opportunity to meet with the Mid-Wilshire neighbors after the project concept had been revealed that we realized that the project needed to be readjusted to ensure that it would work in that particular part of town. For example, if you didn't reside there, you may not be aware that one of the proposed project proposals included a parking entrance in a narrow alley. The unworkability of the parking entrance was made available or made aware by neighbors. There were several other comments and anecdotes made available by neighbors through public participation that the developers took note of and in some instances incorporated into the project. I appreciate the work that has been put into the project by all, but have serious concerns about the impact that it'll have on the Mid-Wilshire residents and the business community. I support all of the Mid-Wilshire residents and the businesses' requests for additional street lighting, parking restrictions, for preferential parking to exclude preferential parking for tenants of these sites that are not being provided for by the project, a good neighbor agreement between properties, the residents, and neighbors, including clear conflict resolution protocols for any issues arising between the developer and the people's concerned residents and the community. On item 16O, I think that it's ironic that this item is on today's agenda after this council began today's meeting with a land acknowledgement because our Native people's rights and lands have been stripped from them. And yet here we are. Our new city council's first item of business is to strip the opportunity of public participation from all Santa Monicans. I recognize that the state has enacted new laws with regard to housing that takes away some local control, but not all, and that some of our current processes for projects are already ministerial. However, as noted in the previous item I spoke about on the Wilshire, Euclid, and 14th Street projects, it is because of public participation that many concerns and issues were brought to light for the developers that were able to be rectified to create a better, more inclusive project because of public participation. This item proposes an administrative approval process for, quote, housing projects in all non-residential zones except the Bergamot area plan. Most non-residential zones abut residential zones and would affect residential zones. So to not be able to participate in the planning process is not only unethical and unequitable, but it's undemocratic. As new council members, quite a few of you campaigned on values of equality and inclusion. This doesn't align with those values at all. Some of you also know what it's like to be an immigrant or from an immigrant family like me, where you lived with no voice at all. So this hits especially hard for me. And for you to support this, shame on you. You should know better. I would have expected this from Zwick, but not from the rest of you.
Thank you. And Laura Lee Ash.
If it's okay, I'd like to give my time to my neighbor because we all have to leave. Is that all right? He's on the list further down. Is that okay? Demo?
Where is? Okay, so you're donating the 2 minutes, so he has a total of.
He's already signed up.
Okay, so you have a total of 4 minutes. Just state the item you're speaking on.
I'm speaking on item 11, and this is in regards to development and proposed DDA approval for Euclid and 14th Street. Actually, Christine just mentioned all of our remaining concerns. I also emailed on behalf of the neighborhood to all of the city council, so I'm not going to repeat this in the interest of time. Really, again, on behalf of the community, really just encourage you, you guys to look at it seriously before, and whether there's opportunity, again, to look at all of the items that were requested by community. And one item that we did not put in the email that was raised today, the projects, I think between two projects, it's expected to take between 2 to 3 years in construction, which with the development schedules between Monday through Saturday, that means that residents along the 14th Street, which is actually between two construction sites, will be exposed to the construction noise on the weekends for over 3 years. So if there's a possibility, we would love to request to restrict the construction development time from Monday through Friday only, at the normal working hours, excluding Saturday, because I think that's excessive burden to put on the residents along the 14th Street for a prolonged period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volovic. Lisa Jimenez, before you speak, I just wanted to call up Allison Schallert, Taylor McDowell, and Chris Huynh. I'm sorry if I'm not saying it right. Huynh. Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, City Council members. Mayor, my name is Lisa Jimenez, and I am speaking on agenda item number 11 regarding the affordable housing developments in the Mid-City area. The staff report provided for this agenda captured community concerns, including loss of public parking, inefficient on-site parking for new residents, and the scale of the proposed developments. While some concessions were made to the developments, not all adjustments are beneficial to us. Removal of the 16th Street parking lot with 21 parking spots does not benefit the businesses around Euclid and 14th Street. This lot is less known and less frequented by customers and impacted businesses. As mentioned in the staff report, it is frequented by employees of the hospital, which will also not help the local businesses. Furthermore, the parking study provided in tonight's packet uses statistics from the paid parking machines showing lower utilization of the Euclid Street lot compared to other lots. However, this does not account for individuals who park without paying or those with disability placards. While those who park without paying may reduce the city's parking revenue, they still support local businesses, which in turn generates tax revenue for the city. I see the Euclid lot every day and can attest that during weekday business hours, it is frequented at almost 100% or at 100%. Council, I urge you to provide further direction to city staff to bring parking solutions that will sustain the neighborhood. Further, I ask the City Council to direct staff to continue working with local residents and businesses while finalizing the DDA to ensure a livable and viable residential and commercial neighborhood for both new residents and for those of us who have lived in and cared for this neighborhood for decades.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. Allison Schallert.
Hi, good evening and congratulations. I'm Allison Schallert, and I'm here to urge you to support the recommendations on 11A. I've worked in Santa Monica since moving here 34 years ago, but have only been able to afford housing during the first 2 years of my tenure here, afford to live here in Santa Monica. I'm trying to just stick to my script. I have spent countless evenings on 3-hour commutes home. This is housing for me, for my public school teacher husband. It's for nannies, it's for bank tellers, it's for nurses' aides. It's for the working poor. Equal access for the beauty of Santa Monica and all its great public schools opens up with affordable housing. I have never had a problem parking in Santa Monica, ever. The city of Santa Monica has done an amazing job building multiple parking facilities. I ask you to please put people over parking and vote to move this forward. As this project moves through, you will face tremendous amounts of NIMBY opposition and pushback. I urge you to remember those voices, those folks whose voices won't be heard, who can't spend 4 or 5 hours at council meetings because if they don't show up for work, they don't get paid. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jellert. Taylor McDowell, before you speak, I just wanted to call up Chris, and the last name is Huynh.
And he actually had to leave, so I'm speaking on his behalf as well as mine.
You can't do that because he's not here to donate the minutes, but you'll get your 2 minutes. And then Jerry Rubin and Chris Gutierrez and Brad Ewing, if you just want to line up. Thank you, Mr. McDowell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, City Council. Congratulations. We also have a very festive and also good-looking new council. So I'm just here to discuss 10A with you guys, and I also want to compliment the staff who, did a lot of outreach with our business, which is Harvest at 1418 Wilshire. It's one of the 2 dispensaries in the city of Santa Monica, and we just had confronted, the unfortunate circumstance where our competitor is a couple blocks down the street. Dr. Green Thumbs could stay open longer than we could open a lot sooner than we could. So we were at a comparative disadvantage. And I know City of Santa Monica is trying to promote healthy business environments and trying to give our local small businesses, all the help that we can, receive. So we were thankful for the staff taking this, analysis seriously and recommending that we go to the state hours of operation, which the whole city also operates under. And, thankfully, then we can go from, just kind of hanging on to hopefully thriving and getting the city of Santa Monica more sales tax with added hours and more employee shift hours, and also servicing the needs of, the cannabis consuming public in Santa Monica. So thank you for that, and also for the Mirror for pointing it out as well. One note also just on the development next to us is just if we could be informed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McDowell. Jerry Rubin?
Thank you, Mayor Negretti, council members. I think it's 16M, the council rules. Is that the right one?
16N, yeah.
N, okay.
Oh, M, sorry.
Yes, that's the one. Great sweaters, by the way. How can I get one? Is it possible? They look comfy. I want to, first of all, urge you to see how things are going to go before putting time limits. I think it would be complicated. It might put an undue burden on our wonderful city clerk. Of course, she's going to do what you want her to do, but I think you have the integrity to know that you say things that are important. You don't repeat yourself. You try to be brief and cordial, and there's no need to complicate it with time limits that might have a backlash and even create more time at your meetings. So I'd let that slide. The things about gifts and censure, if someone's, seems fine. And the point of personal privilege, which I understand is supposed to be brief, for a minute, fine. But the other ones about limiting yourselves, you shouldn't have to face a buzzer or a bell and go, oh my gosh, I have some important points, but the buzzer's coming up. Say what you want to say. Just use the time limits as a guideline, but don't make it official. That's all I'm saying. See how it goes. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Chris Gutierrez?
Hi. Congratulations, Mayor Negrete, Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, and all the city council members who are here tonight. I'm Chris Gutierrez, speaking this evening as a Clean Power Alliance Community Advisor for the West Side. You may also know me as the co-chair of Samo Safe Streets Alliance. The Clean Power Alliance, our local energy supplier, the #1 green power provider in the United States for the second year, has been instrumental for us in Santa Monica as we strive to achieve 100% renewable energy across our city and community to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions significantly. Tonight, you are designating who will be the Clean Power Alliance director and 2 alternates for the board to represent Santa Monica. I highly recommend that you keep in mind continuity, institutional knowledge, expertise, focus, and meaningful relationships when making these CPA designations. It makes strong sense for Mayor Pro Tem Terosis to be designated as the director, and our recently retired council member, Gleam Davis, to be the first alternate. Given that they both have served admirably as Santa Monica's CPA board representatives for a few years and are well prepared to do more. As to the second alternate, I know that there are individuals ready to step up. Councilmember Ellis is an environmental lawyer and is active, was on the Planning Commission, as you know. Climate Action Santa Monica, Jeff Bush, with technical knowledge, has paid close attention to the CPA policy, operations, and competitive rates. The climate emergency impacts us every day. Note the recent Franklin fire in Malibu. And distressingly, the upcoming federal administration includes numerous climate deniers. Maximizing our local.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Brad Ewing, before you begin, I'm just going to call up a few more names to line up. Corinne Kahn, Ralph Metcher, Steph, and Michael Solov. It is. You can line up. Actually, you're actually the last speaker if you want to line up after Mr. Solov. Mr. Ewing.
Good evening, Mayor Negretti and City Council. You're all looking fabulous. My name is Brad Ewing. I'm the co-chair of Santa Monica Forward, and I'm urging you all to support 16-0 tonight. So I believe this is a simple policy that streamlines the approval process for housing that state law already says that we must approve. Subjecting these projects to further unnecessary review raises costs, delaying or preventing the construction of much-needed housing in our community. The measure does not eliminate public meetings. There are still meetings that are required upon application submission and upon ARB review. So I'd like to thank Councilmembers Zwick, Zernitskaya, and Mayor Pro Tem Terosis for advancing this item. And I wish you all happy holidays and a happy new year. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Ewing. Corinne Kahn.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Corin Kahn. I'm here on behalf of the owners of the Wilshire Theater, the landmarked historic property, which was not considered in any way in connection with the staff report regarding the removal of parking at Euclid. So at a minimum, I think as staff moves forward with this project, which is a good project, it's a wonderful project, consideration must be given to what happens to that commercial use if there's no on-grade commercial parking. And I just want to say the state has given the city a wonderful opportunity in that parking, residential parking is not required for the residential project. So I think there's flexibility there to work out something that allows for on-grade commercial parking at the Euclid site. There's another comment I want to make about the staff report, which is laudable in its intent and not as laudable with respect to its delivery. By that I mean it wants to advance the project, a good project, but there's a lot of assumptions, there's a lot of arguments or conclusions that are made without data and without analysis. So I recommend that City Council put this over, ask staff to continue to analyze the project. I I'm going to reaffirm the comments that have been made by other members of the public that the input by the public has been very valuable. I think more input would help the project. And the key is a good, successful project. I just want to add one more point. We all want to get to the point where people are riding transit or alternative transportation. We're not there yet. So we do have a parking demand and we have a future goal, what we want to get to. We need to look at the bridge. How are we going to get there? Thank you very much and happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Ralph Metcher.
Good evening. Congratulations to all the new members and the continuing members. This is for item 11A. I'm here as Ralph Metcher Architects, 3400 Airport Avenue. I'm asking you to reconsider the need for neighborhood and commercial parking as you move the need of affordable housing projects forward. You all know my complete support for affordable housing to provide secure living space for individuals and families. The need has never been greater, and Santa Monica continues to be a leader in policy and provision of affordable housing. But tonight I'm here to remind the council that the lifeblood of our streets is the activity that occurs on them. Commercial and office space need tenants, and that can only happen if shoppers and workers have reasonable access. City policies have us working towards a city of multi-mobility, but it'll take some time to get there, and the stores and offices don't have adequate parking available. There's good reason to expect many of them to go out of business in the interim. One building of great importance to the city is the Wilshire Theater, directly north of the 1217 Euclid site. The Wilshire Theater is a city landmark built in the 1930s. It is a non-ductile concrete building, and I'm coordinating the analysis and preparation of documents of the work required to meet the city's seismic upgrade ordinance for older concrete buildings. This work will cost a minimum of $500,000 and will hopefully start this spring. This should lead to long-term tenants moving in. But please note the business plan and the value of the building rely on the existing parking on the adjacent housing site. The loss of the parking jeopardizes the future of the Wilshire Theater. All of the review and analysis of the commercial building on Wilshire Boulevard forgot to pay attention to the Wilshire Theater. Its future is now in doubt. Please consider how to maintain public parking on the Euclid site and help secure the future of the Wilshire Theater. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Metcher. Steph?
Hello, I'm here to speak on 11A, and I would about the proposed developments at 1217 Euclid, 14th Street Housing Project. The DDA has critical problems with it, as voiced here. First of all, in reading all of this, there's a $13.5 million funding gap, not originally disclosed. So that means Santa Monica taxpayers are going to have to pay for the unexpected $13.6 million. On top of that, there's a $6 million loan to acquire the Unleashed building, essentially gifting prime real estate to a developer using our public funds. There's no architectural plans for 14th Street in the DDA, so how is this DDA going to be signed if we don't know what the 14th Street plans look like? I mean, you're going to sign it and then we're going to figure out what it looks like? This is crazy. The other thing is multiple lawsuits. The developer HCHC has a problematic history. Multiple lawsuits in Los Angeles, including legal actions against council members and Mayor Karen Bass. Why would Santa Monica welcome a developer into our city that's currently suing the mayor of Los Angeles? The original request for proposal explicitly asked developers to prioritize parking and resident considerations, while all the other proposals respected these guidelines. They were not picked. HCHC was picked, whose plans eliminate all parking and introduce PSH housing, which was not in the original RFP and not part of the housing element. Residents.
Thank you, Steph. Michael Soloff, and then we have Jonathan Foster. You are the final speaker if you're still here.
I'll be speaking on item 11A. I am a strong proponent of deed-restricted affordable housing on public land, and I applauded Council's selection of HCHC to build affordable housing on city-owned surface parking lots in Mid-City. I became concerned, however, when the former council, in closed session and without a public staff report, fundamentally revised HCHC's project such that the revised project would help 25% fewer people because it produced 55 fewer bedrooms than the original project, and would cost 30% more to produce each bedroom. I shared my concerns with HCHC, and Sarah Letts then spoke with me at length. Sarah explained why HCHC wants to obtain project funding in 2025, and why the revised project gives it the best opportunity to do so. I believe it is prudent for HCHC to obtain its funding in 2025. Doing so should bring the units online sooner, will mitigate the risk that funding dries up due to California's budget woes and hostility from the Trump administration, and will avoid a conflict with the 4th Street project's application for funding in 2026. While I'm not an expert, I do find that HCHC's explanations for why the revised project maximizes its chances of 2025 funding to be facially reasonable, and therefore the funding feasibility may justify reducing the number of bedrooms and increasing the costs at this time at these sites. It's important for you to probe this matter tonight. Good governance requires that city land and taxpayer dollars be deployed in a cost-effective manner, and public support for affordable housing depends upon providing tangible proof of cost-effectiveness to the public. Future staff reports should do so robustly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soloff. And our final speaker for tonight, Jonathan Foster.
Hello, council. Not trying to be last, but thank you for letting me speak. I should have been able to give this public input. See, without the discussion, I can't know what the target language is on 16M on the council meeting rules. If what I'm speaking about really fits this item. See, I don't know if what I'm going to speak about really fits this item because I haven't heard the discussion, and that's what it's about. Public input on each item is prescribed by law, and it needs to be restored because it has exam and then cross-examination. And that's what you just did in there, right? So maybe we should do, some people can speak at the beginning of the meeting, but if you want to speak on each individual item, which is what we're supposed to do, we're supposed to hear the discussion, and then the public gets to comment on the discussion. And you got dark government going on here, okay? I want to stay till, I was here till, no. For someone who would want to stay till 1:30 and comment on the discussion, and this is equality and inclusion. At the closed session, you just it took too long, but cross-examination went along with that. Public input has to be reflective of what happens in court. So let's say I'm going to do something about your life. You give your input, then I talk it over with my people, and we do what we want. When you figure out what we're doing and you want to give comment, you can't. I was here till 4:30 in the morning when Kevin McEwen was mayor and he ruined the city. This is dark, shady promotion of dark government. Without discussion, I can't know what the target language is. You have to restore this because everything you pass, if somebody gets in trouble for it, it has to go to court. And in court, they do exam and cross-examination. We have to be able to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. So that adjourns our, I'm sorry, that ends our public comment.
Item 10A. Ordinances. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. Item 10A, introduction and first reading of an interim zoning ordinance amending interim zoning regulations established by interim zoning ordinance 2764 and extended by interim zoning ordinance 2770 to extend the operating hours for the city's existing cannabis retailers consistent with state law.
And we have the staff report. So I don't know, is your microphone? There we go.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jing Yo, Planning Manager. Here with a very brief staff report tonight. There we go. This is just following up from Council's November 11th direction to bring back amendments to allowable operating hours for our two existing cannabis retailers. So this is some of the background. We currently have two formerly medicinal cannabis retailers, and through the IZO, they are allowed to sell adult use cannabis, and the city's ordinance allows currently operations between 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., which is, and then 12 to 7 on Sundays, and their CUPs reference that existing regulation. So the proposal would be to extend those operating hours to between 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. to line up with what the state regulations allow. I think we received a question as to whether we would have any concerns about, increasing earlier operating hours to 6 a.m. instead of 8. We would not. Staff just proposed 8 a.m. because it sounded reasonable, for operating hours. We hadn't heard feedback from operators that there was great customer demand at that very early hour. It was more towards the later part of the evening, so that was part of the reasoning behind that. And this IZO would continue to be in effect until February 2026. And I think as you had received a report earlier, we're very much in the process of bringing back to the council the adult use cannabis ordinance sometime this summer. So that concludes my report.
Well, thank you for that very short report. Do I hear a motion?
I'd like to move approval of a staff recommendation.
Any seconds? I'll second. So moved by Councilmember Zernitskaya, seconded by Mayor Negretti.
Councilmembers Wick,
Sorry, are we going to have any discussion on this?
Oh, sorry about that. I skipped right over before we can have discussion, and I just see your name now, so Councilmember Hall, sorry about that.
Yeah, thank you. So I was the one that raised the question on why we didn't just match the state guidelines instead of what seems to be a relatively arbitrary 8 a.m. I'm curious if the council will be amenable to just matching the state guidelines of 6 a.m., even if the demand is not there now. Perhaps there is at one point in the future, and I think it's important for our small businesses to know that we are amenable to granting them flexibility.
So would that be adding an amendment to the staff? Are you amenable to that as the maker?
I'd be comfortable with that.
I'm comfortable with that. It doesn't mean, obviously, that they will open at 6 a.m., but it's available to them.
Just that they have the flexibility to do so should they need to.
Any more discussion? Can we do a roll call vote?
So, Council, to be clear, that's 6 a.m.?
6 a.m., just matching the state.
Councilmembers Wick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes. And I just want to make sure that Mayor Pro Tem Terosis is getting in the queue somehow, because I have my phone so I can see if she's
Yep.
raising her hand.
I'm good. I'll let you know.
Okay.
Thanks.
Item 10B, approval of contracts for implementation of Samo Bridge program and introduce and adopt emergency interim zoning ordinance to exempt city uses from temporary use permit requirements during a declared emergency.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Pro Tem, Council. My name's Jenna Grigsby. For those of you who don't know me, I am the Chief Deputy of your City Attorney's Office Criminal Prosecution Unit. And it may surprise some of you that we are here as the City Attorney's Office talking about a respite hub. But we at the City Attorney's Office, specifically in the Criminal Prosecution Unit, really look to our job as behavior change and how can we affect behavior change. And a lot of those who come into contact with the criminal justice system are those who are experiencing homelessness, having a substance abuse, mental health. And so we're really looking at out-of-the-box solutions. How can we work with our city partners to really try to push that behavior change? And that's where Samo Bridge comes from. So we are excited to talk to you about that today. I would like to say I am as brief as Jane, but I am not. I apologize up front. So how did we get here? We got a $7.9 million grant from the California Board of State and Community Corrections. This programming will fund from April 2025 to March 2028, a 24/7, no barrier, volunteer respite hub only for Santa Monica PD to make referrals. And I think that's important for folks to understand. This is not a walk-up facility. It is folks for SMPD are making contact with low-level misdemeanor offenders who are experiencing homelessness, substance abuse, mental health, and instead of taking them to jail, they have an opportunity to take them to immediate services. It is going to be in the location, which we'll talk about in a minute, but once they are there, they have the ability to take a shower, rest, have a meal, and then once they have a better mental state, they get immediately connected to a service provider. And that service provider is what gives them the 90-day care plan. Because again, I think it's important to realize that as prosecutors, sure, we can dictate what you do or what you can do, But these care providers, the care navigators, are the ones who really can talk to folks, meet them where they're at, and come up with a plan that's going to be responsive to their needs. So that's why we think this intersect of bringing SMPD directly in line with the care manager to produce this 90-day plan is the best option. Once they achieve this 90-day plan, we will not file their criminal case. And so that's the carrot and the stick approach that we go with. The population we're going to serve is, again, justice-involved folks usually experiencing homelessness who are adults. This is not a juvenile program. It's focusing on adults. And again, those including mental health and substance abuse are really our care population. And the goals of the program are to divert individuals from treatment, or instead of taking them to jail, directly into treatment. And we're looking at how this reduces the recidivism rate. So the roles that are kind of prescribed by the grant is obviously the program services, which will be provided by Exodus. Exodus has partnered with the city before in 2 of our other programs. We find them very successful to work with, and we have had a really good success rate with them, so we're excited to partner with them again. The site will be provided by Will Scott, who does mobile trailers at a lot of the big construction sites you see around the county. They just produce the trailers. We are in the budget from the grant going to be able to hire a limited full-time employee who's 100% focused on this project. I'm really good at a lot of things. I'm not good at math. So this person will help us direct those budget funds and make sure that when we do get audited by the state, all of our ducks are in a row, and again, keeping us on track. We also will be employing a grant consultant, again, through grant funding. Elizabeth Anderson Consulting has worked with the city in the past. She has really helped to drive this train and kept us on track and is critical and crucial in getting us this funding to begin with. And the program evaluation and audit services, again, a process that's dictated by the grant. I think why this is exciting that it's built into the grant is because it is an outside agency that will test our effectiveness, not only after the 3 years for the program, but also the auditing to make sure that budget-wise we stayed on track, we spent the money where we were supposed to, and it's just a requirement of the grant. So again, I would be remiss if I didn't thank our city partners. This is not something that we at the city attorney's office could do alone. Especially SMPD has really done a huge lift for us, as well as human services and finance. We've all really worked together to make this happen. So I wanted to take a moment to thank them. And then last but not least, what I think everybody cares about is where we are looking at putting this location. So again, this was a heavy lift done by not just our office. We took the entire city-owned property list that was compiled by Jennifer in Economic Development and narrowed that down to 14. And after we took those 14 sites, we assembled a group of city leaders to really get into the weeds. And we came back with 2 possibilities, and the top possibility is the Civic Center auditorium, and the 2 individual spaces that we're targeting are the stars. The one in the top corner is called the cement patio adjacent to the east wing, and then in the alternative would be the parking lot on the southwest corner at Pico and Main. The reason we want to target this first area, which we're just calling the balcony outside of the east wing, is currently that space is not activated. It's boarded up, it's a little dark, it's a little overgrown. By activating that space with these trailers, which will come with 24-hour security, which will come with live stream cameras that SMPD is going to help us put up, we really think that we can activate that space and utilize it in a way that it's not being used right now. So that's the choice that we kind of recommended to the city manager's office and to folks as we were going through this to really kind of dig into what and where we can put this location that I think will be the best for all of those getting services as well for activating the space in and of itself. So what do these trailers look like? They're going to be like 2 double wide trailers, right? If you've seen those on construction sites, the picture we have is kind of a model. It's going to have 3 to 4 loungers. And so I know that there's been some questions and concerns about how many people this is going to serve. It's not a shelter. It is not meant to be a shelter. It is really a 72-hour place for folks to take a shower, clear their headspace, and connect with services. It is not a long-term solution. It is not a bed. It is really like a lazy boy for you to have a minute to get to a place where you can accept help and accept services. So the layout is going to look very similar to that green drawing. There'll be two basically modules. One will be the office space, one will be the participant client intake center. And they will be, again, staffed 24 hours a day. There will be a security person on site that is contracted through Exodus. And the reason I think that is important because this is a security company that is trained to handle this type of clientele so that they know how to react, how to de-escalate, and how to really keep not only the participants safe, but staff safe and folks that are in the area. So I think that's important to highlight. Again, they'll be modified so that one of the units will have a shower, and I think that's, again, a good resource for folks to have in this area. So last but not least, how are we going to roll this out to the community? Part of the grant is required to have some community meetings. Before we even got our application in, we had to have a local advisory committee. It's made up of about 16 members, both the city staff, nonprofit agencies, city commissioners, who are also some residents of the community. Once that advisory board has been commissioned, we're going to meet with them early January. After that, we have to do regular community meetings, which will be open to the public. And we thought the nexus there with the Human Service Commission is a good way to kind of outreach to those in the area, to any actual residents of the city that are interested. But it's already a standing meeting, and they do it quarterly. And I think that first one is scheduled at the end of January. So at this point, if there's any questions, I tried to get through it as fast as possible, but we are excited about this program coming to the city.
Thank you so much for that very thorough report. Councilmember Trosas?
Sure. Hi, Jenna. Thank you so much for your update and for all of your work on this. I just want to clarify the $7.9 million that we're using to fund this is not coming from the general fund. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is coming from the state. They call it the Prop 47 grant funding. I think they were awarded about $150 million. This cohort, we are cohort 4. This funding, we had a call with them in Thursday of last week. They indicated they didn't believe there would be any immediate cuts given the passage of Prop 36. So we are pretty confident that we are going to receive an entire $7.9 million.
Fantastic. And just, can you clarify for me how people are getting referred to Samo Bridge? Can they self-refer, or is it someone in the judicial system that needs to refer them? How is that working?
So the way that we have stood it up right now is that it's actually direct referrals from the Santa Monica Police Department. So for example, it's 2:00 in the morning, the call comes out of a disturbance outside of a business, SMPD rolls up, and there's an individual, vandalizing the store, loitering, some type of very low-level misdemeanor. That person can be contacted by SMPD. SMPD can make the finding that there is some type of criminal activity, and they give the person the option. Hey, I'm going to either take you to jail and book you and release you with a citation, or we can take you to Samo Bridge. We can connect you with the service provider. They can talk to you, see what you need, and if you're successful in this program, you can have your citation not even filed with the court.
And would it be for folks who are experiencing substance abuse issues, or would mental health issues also be referred there?
It is all three, those who are experiencing homelessness, mental health, and substance abuse. Again, I am cautious of turning SMPD into diagnostics. They can just go and visibly assess the situation and talk to the person, and if they self-identify as one of those needs, then they would be asked to, if they're interested in the program.
Okay. I have some comments, but those are all my questions, and just really impressed with how quickly you've gotten this off the ground, and we're excited.
Okay, we're still in questions. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. What is the expected service life of these trailers? Like how long until they start deteriorating?
So we have a 3-year grant cycle. So at that point, we would take a look and assess what the need is, and if we get funding, obviously, to continue the program. We do have a budget line item built into the current grant cycle. If there are any needs of repairs, any updates, something happens in the trailer, we have some built-in funding to make repairs.
Okay, great. And does the budget also include a line item for exfil of the trailers and equipment if the grant does not get renewed after 3 years?
The budget is solely based on this original grant funding. So we have to go out and I have to find more money come 3 years from now.
Okay, thank you.
It looks like Officer Deandra.
The trailers are leased. We aren't buying them. So they will go back once they came if we can no longer pay for them.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you so much for that report, and I'm so excited that we're going to have another alternative to incarceration as a possibility here in our community. So I just had a couple quick questions. Regarding the limited term administrative position, the grant included a budget of $584,940 for a temporary senior legal analyst. Do the funds cover the cost of this entire position over 3 years, or will the city need to supplement any of the funding?
It's fully grant funded.
Okay. Let's see, you actually already answered my second question. And another one. So the staff report noted that we were awarded the full grant funding for $7,926,172. But I saw in the staff report that the total amount for the contracts was listed as $6,284,582, excluding the budgeted amount for the limited term staff position. So is the difference for any potential cost overruns, or where is that difference coming from?
It's a little bit of both. We, again, knew going into this, when we were doing the budget, that there was this lingering Prop 36 situation. And so we didn't want to overcommit and then overspend and put the city in a bind. So we gave ourselves some built-in kind of slush fund so that we can make sure we have what we need. We also budgeted for, like I said, 3 to 4 loungers, and the staff needed to support that. You know, in a perfect world, I envision this growing and being able to serve a larger population. So again, we wanted to make sure we had some built-in funding for that. But what we have right now will cover 3 to 4 loungers for the 3-year term and all the staff that's needed to support that.
Thank you. And final question, you had mentioned 24/7 security. I just wanted to confirm they won't have any firearms, right?
Correct. It's not a police officer.
Okay.
It will be a security guard, a company that they contract with Exodus. They are not armed.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Perfect. Thank you so much. Those are all my questions.
Any more questions, council? I have one question. How will we be advertising the LAC or the committee that's being put together?
So the LAC has already been formed. We had to do that to have those names and those commitments to apply for the grant. What we will do when we get to the Human Services Commission meeting, we will follow whatever it is that they typically do for their advertisement. Again, we're meeting in January early with that committee. I have a feeling it's probably been 8 months since we've gotten this group together. There may be some people going, some people coming. So we may have the opportunity to expand that to see if we need to invite others that are directly affected by this program that we hadn't thought of when we put the grant in back in May.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to open the floor to comments. I just want to check on Councilmember Terosas. Did you have any comments or?
Yeah, I can make a couple now. I mean, I'm prepared to move the item. I think that I'm really excited about it. It's important that we implement this timely. I had the privilege of being able to see our sister city, Redondo Beach Homeless Court in action, and I know that our step court is equally, if not more, impactful. And I think that this is going to be a tool to complement some of our alternatives to incarceration that we've all said that we are committed to, and hopefully give our police another tool, an option for folks. I'm also really heartened that we're using grant funding, and I just thank you, Jenna, and the whole team for always fastidiously going after all of these additional resources. I'm hoping that this also activates some of our civic center area and can address some community concerns by enhancing local safety. I'm excited that Moss Adams is going to have a really rigorous program evaluation component and fiscal oversight so that we can make sure that we're learning best practices and lessons here. And I just really appreciate that this has been a cross-departmental collaboration in concert with community engagement as well. So really, really appreciative. I think this really addresses some of our systemic challenges and just gives us another tool. And I'm prepared to support the item, but happy to hear what my other council members have to say.
Does anybody have any other comments? Councilmember Zwick?
Hello. Thank you, Jenna. I just wanted to say, echo Councilmember Chorosis. This is the kind of stuff that I think the council and the community is desperately looking for. Law enforcement working hand in glove with other services to make sure that not only are we getting people off the streets, but we're finding long-term solutions for them. We're giving them options to divert, from traditional criminal justice solutions to services. And by using that carrot stick approach, I'm really excited about the program. I'm really thankful that you're able to secure the funds, and I'm excited to see the results.
Councilmember Raskin.
I just want to add my appreciation to the work the city attorney's office has done, police, and everyone who's been involved in this program. I think we all are deeply appreciative of the efforts to engage in harm reduction programs and forward-thinking approaches to these very, very complex solutions. And wish we could have a longer time horizon here, but I look forward to seeing where this goes.
Well, with no one else in the queue, I just want to also echo the sentiments, I see you, of thanking you for this report, but also just want to say to the community that, there's been a lot of discussion about catch and release policies, and, those of us that are small business owners ourselves, we see repeat minor crimes that are a bit frustrating. So it feels like this is an opportunity to really deal with those issues. And so for that, I'm really grateful. And I just really want to thank you guys for moving swiftly, because this money came in late, and I'm really floored and impressed with how quickly you guys came with such a thorough report to put this all together. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
I'm sorry, I started with comments and said thank you at the beginning, first council meeting, so I hope you'll forgive me, but I just wanted to move the item.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second. Oh.
Councilmember Zernitskaya moved the item, and Councilmember Zwick seconded.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Torosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes. That passes 6-0.
Thank you. And I will also make a shameless plug for January 8th. We're having our Step Ahead event coming up. It's the first one we're doing. You all should be getting an invite in your email boxes. But again, shameless plug for our next adventure.
Thank you very much. January 8th, Step Ahead, okay.
Before moving on to the next item, I just want to quickly go back to the, when council met this evening as the redevelopment successor agency. I believe I neglected to state that no council member received any compensation for meeting as the redevelopment successor agency. So I just want to make that clear for the record. Item 11A, approve deal terms and authorize development and disposition agreements and group leases for 1217 Euclid Street, 1211 through 1217 14th Street, and 1402 Wilshire Boulevard.
Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name's Natalie Verlinich. I'm the housing manager within the Housing and Human Services Departments. Tonight, I'll be presenting on the disposition and development agreement and ground lease deal terms for the city-owned parking lots located near Wilshire, also known as the Wilshire Developments. Before discussing the revised proposal from the development team and the proposed deal terms, I would like to provide a brief background on the sites. These sites include 130 affordable residences. The original proposal included the 3 city-owned sites located at 1217 Euclid, 1211 through 1217 14th Street, and 1146 16th Streets. These 3 sites were identified in the city's housing elements and committed for affordable housing at or below 80% of the area median income. The city issued an RFP, or request for proposal, in 2023 in accordance with the city's housing elements. In March of 2024, the City Council selected a development team led by Hollywood Community Housing Corporation and entered into an exclusive negotiating agreement. At its August 27th, 2024 meeting, City Council provided direction on a revised proposal for the development, which I will discuss later in the presentation. As part of the exclusive negotiating agreement process, HCHC provided or hosted 4 community meetings and received feedback from the community through a variety of channels, including the community meetings, the development website, and emails and voicemail, as well as public comment at the city meetings. The development team reviewed the feedback and revised the proposal based on the feedback as well as its own due diligence. As mentioned, City Council provided direction in August of 2024 to continue negotiations on the revised proposal for a total of 130 residences. The development team shared the revised proposal to the community at a city-hosted community event or meeting in October of 2024. Oh, and additionally, the city staff also conducted door-to-door outreach of the 31 businesses along Wilshire Boulevard. So very briefly, here is an overview of HCHC's original proposal and its current revised proposal. In the original proposal, HCHC proposed developing all 3 city-owned sites for a total of 130 affordable residences. In the current proposal, HCHC would develop Euclid and 14th Streets, while 16th Street would remain public parking. HCHC would acquire the neighboring site located at 1402 Wilshire to create a larger development of 82 senior residences, which would include 40 supportive housing residences. The Euclid Street development would have 48 residences, with over half dedicated to larger bedrooms, including 2- and 3-bedroom residences. The current proposal would maintain 130 affordable residences in total as committed in the city's housing elements. City input, as mentioned, has helped inform the revised proposal from HCHC, including the following key revisions. 14th Street was revised to senior development for those 55 and older. Euclid Street was revised to family housing with larger bedroom sizes. And to address community and business feedback on public parking, 16th Street will remain public parking. The acquisition of 1402 Wilshire will allow a step-down approach to incorporate community design input. HCHC has committed to increase security measures based on community discussion and feedback, which will be described later in this presentation. Additionally, to minimize alley congestion, the development incorporates vehicle queuing areas on site. At this point, I'd like to introduce Sarah Letts from Hollywood Community Housing Corporation, who will introduce the development team as well as provide highlights of the 2 developments.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Sarah Letts, Hollywood Community Housing. As we have more of a discussion, I just want to introduce the rest of the development team. Victoria Senna is our Director of Housing Development, and Kristen Gunther is the project manager. Kevin Daly from Kevin Daly Architects is here, as well as Julian Funk. And then John Masseri is here from the People Concern. So this is the development team from the original proposal. And we're really pleased to show you where we stand today with our current concept. Next slide. Oh, we're there. Let's see. So the Euclid Street property will be, I'll show you images in just a second, but all components of that project will be at 6 stories. There's going to be 48 affordable apartments, and over half of the units will be large enough to accommodate families with 2- and 3-bedroom apartments. And there will be one level of subterranean parking that will accommodate 40 parking spaces for the residents. The income ranges are going to be from 30 to 60% of area median income, and one of the 48 apartments will be set aside for the on-site resident manager. So moving over one block to 14th Street, oh, thank you. This property will have, as she mentioned, a step down where two of the buildings are at 6 feet, then to 5, then to the last one is 4 and 3. It's sort of, it has two heights, that final building. 82 total apartments, 2 on-site managers, and then of the 80 apartments for low-income households, 40 will be for persons who are previously unhoused, and 40 will be for low-income people. There will be an age component in this current concept that we're proposing, where the head of household needs to be at least 55 years of age. And it's similar to the other property, incomes will range between 30 to 60% of area median income. So to show you a couple images, I'll advance the slide. So this is Euclid, the facade facing Euclid, but sort of looking towards the north. Instead of one large building, what KDA has done is they've pulled them into 4 separate buildings so that everybody has a lot of light and air. And then there's some distinction between the 4 buildings. They relate to each other really well, but there's some interesting design elements which make them each distinctive in their own way. The Architectural Review Board met yesterday, and Julian presented to the ARB. They were very complimentary of the design, and it was unanimously approved with conditions. This is a straight-on view from Euclid. The glazing on the ground level behind the glass is mostly active community spaces that'll help make it a more lively streetscape. The landscaping is more robust than it appears in this image. The landscaping is sort of faded back in this image so that you can see the building more clearly, but it does have a robust plan for landscaping. And the screen covering the building on the left will be developed in more detail prior to issuance of the building permit. This is the building at the corner of Wilshire and 14th Street, and you can see 14th Street with the bike lane. Again, there will be a lot of community spaces facing Wilshire to activate that portion of the street. And this is my last slide. And like I said, Kevin Daly Architects is here, so they can answer if you have more detailed questions. But this is looking at it from 14th Street, where this is 82 units divided into 4 buildings. The 2 on the left are 6 stories tall. The next one is 5. You see 4 stories, but when you get closer to the alley, it drops down to 3 stories. The spacing of the buildings allows for light and air at every apartment. And again, robust planting. The buildings are a little bit set back to allow for more planting along the sidewalk on 14th Street. And the plan is for this design to go to ARB in January. And with that, I will turn it back to Natalie. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So on to the key deal terms. The first one is the acquisition of 1402 Wilshire Boulevard. So HCHC would own 1402 Wilshire Boulevard until it has secured all construction financing. At that time, HCHC will transfer ownership of Wilshire Boulevard to the city, at which the city will then concurrently ground lease that site combined with 14th Street back to HCHC. As part of this acquisition, the city will be providing a $6 million acquisition loan, which will be repaid at construction closing to reduce the total city loan to $2.5 million. And again, just want to highlight that the acquisition of Wilshire Boulevard enables the proposal to meet the 130 apartment commitments in the city's housing elements, while also meeting the community feedback. For Additionally, for the ground leases and the city loan, the city will have a ground lease on all 3 sites to the developer for a term of 55 years plus 2 options for 22 years, which in total would be for 99 years, and the city would maintain ownership of the property, and at the end of the 99 years would return to the city. The city will also provide the 2 city-owned sites as a ground lease, and so for this, the city will receive an annual payment of $1 per year plus residual receipts. And residual receipts are industry standard, where 50% of the net cash flow from the developments go towards the public lenders in the development, and the remaining 50% goes towards the development partnerships. Again, this is standard in affordable housing developments. Additionally, site security, the city will approve a security plan, which will be for the life of the development and the DDA deal term. Any revisions to the security plan will need to be approved by the city. Key highlights are that there will be a resident property manager at each site Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., beginning with move-ins. On the 14th and Wilshire Boulevard site, there'll be a second property manager Monday through Friday from 2 to 10 p.m. When those property managers are not on duty, they will be on call and available by phone for any after-hours emergencies. HCHC has also committed to providing security for the first year of operations at the 14th Wilshire Boulevard, in addition during the night and weekend hours. And the city will also meet and confer on an ongoing basis to assess any additional security needs in the development. As this is a city-funded project, the developments must utilize a city-administered waitlist. For the general affordable apartments, that would entail utilizing the city's below-market housing waitlist, which has a live-work priority. And for the supportive housing residences, those residences would utilize the city or the housing authority's waitlist, which prioritizes those that are homeless or at risk of homelessness in Santa Monica, also known as our Santa Monica priority population. Should any funding gaps occur, city staff is able to approve housing trust fund loans that comply with the trust fund guidelines. So any requests that are beyond those trust fund guidelines will be brought to City Council for approval. At this stage, HCHC anticipates a total funding gap for both developments at $13.5 million, which falls within the Housing Trust Fund guidelines. This does include the $6 million acquisition loan to acquire Wilshire Boulevard, which is also allowable under the city's Housing Trust Fund guidelines. As mentioned, that $6 million acquisition loan would be paid down at construction closing to $2.5 million. And then in March of 2024, City Council asked staff to do an assessment of the public parking replacement as part of this proposal. The loss of the public parking has been a key topic of concern during the community engagement. It should be noted that no parking is required per the city's zoning ordinance. There are 98 existing parking spaces across the 2 sites located at Euclid and 14th parking lot. As part of the city's ongoing parking study, the consultant for DOT analyzed utilization of the city parking sites. This analysis reflected that the parking lots were utilized, and discussions with business owners also reflected a concern for employees and patron parking. Based on the community and business feedback, and the parking assessment, HCHC and city staff are proposing the preservation of the 21 existing parking spaces at 16th Street. HCHC and city staff also assess potential options for replacement parking. Nozen Street replacement is not recommended by city staff as it presents a safety issue for streets with traffic signals And it also counters existing policy on parking regulations aligning with adjacent land use and would direct limited city resources away from achieving the city's sustainability objectives and adopted city policy to facilitate a range of transportation options. Both of these replacement parking options would require revisions to the existing city policy in regards to parking regulations, sustainability initiatives, and city policy to facilitate a full range of transportation options through policies and infrastructure projects, such as transit service, bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, and shared mobility devices. Additionally, and then city staff can also facilitate discussions with Samo to address employee parking concerns as well. Additionally, during its due diligence, HCHC and the city analyzed the potential for replacement parking on-site. However, on-site replacement parking was deemed infeasible on Euclid for a variety of reasons outlined in the staff reports. The larger footprint of 14th and Wilshire Boulevard provided fewer space constraints, but would require additional $6.3 million of housing trust fund investments for 35 replacement parking spaces, or $181,152 per public parking spots. However, the city has limited housing trust funds resources as the repayment of the housing trust funds are still pending and funds continue to be withheld. Additionally, the city has 3 additional city-owned sites identified in the housing element to support with potential financing gaps, and allocating additional housing trust funds towards parking will reduce the city's ability to achieve future obligations under the housing element. The remaining 3 city-owned sites will likely require substantial housing trust fund investment based on the number of residences committed in the housing elements. As part of the staff assessment of parking, staff would like to note that there is evidence of commercial corridors that are thriving without public parking lots, such as Montana and Ocean Park Avenue. Given all of the above, you will note that the DDA deal terms do not include additional replacement parking. If council wishes for a different direction on public replacement parking, now would be the opportunity to take that direction. So as mentioned, HCHC last night received ARB approval for Euclid and will be moving forward with 14th Street of going to ARB in January. Tonight, with City Council approval, the city manager, if approved, will execute the DDA deal term or DDA and associated documents to allow HCHC to apply for the outside financing. And the Euclid would be the first development to move forward with financing. If they're successful with tax credits in March of 2025, construction would start in late 2025. 14th Street and Wilshire will be applying for MHP and acquiring the Wilshire Boulevard site in the second quarter of 2025 and applying for funding later in September of 2025. And if successful, construction will start in spring of 2026 with estimated construction completed in 2028. And with that, that concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you so much for that thorough report. We're going to move to a round of questions. Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you for the report and for all of the work and back and forth you've done over the last year to get the project where it is today, which is hopefully very close to, well, the start. A couple questions just to clarify. So the funding gap that's been identified, you mentioned that the $6 million loan is a part of that $13.5 million estimate, and that when you say it'll be eventually reduced to 2.5, does that mean the trust fund will be getting back the difference there?
Correct. So the 13.5 is 11 million for the Euclid site, and then the 14th and Wilshire site, once construction closing passes, will be paid down to 2.5 million. I'm sorry, so it will be $6 million for acquisition, which will be paid down, and what will remain in the site development will be 2.5 million.
Okay, so in other words, the 13.5 would be after the loan is paid down?
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
got it, okay. And then, looking here real fast, there's been back and forth, obviously, we've communicated, neighbors have communicated with you directly and with the developer and with us. There was some discussion around a good neighbor agreement and how that might be incorporated into the DDA. I'm actually not 100% familiar with exactly what that is, but there was some indication. I would love for you to maybe just elaborate on what that is and whether or not that could be something that could be accommodated in the DDA.
So the good neighbor agreement, HCHC, we are going to be having conversations with them about including that in the DDA. I'm going to have Heather Averick speak to that more as she has personal experience with that. And I'll.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Temp. Good evening, Council. Heather Averick, Director of Housing and Human Services. So the Good Neighbor Agreement, I think there are a variety of ways we could achieve that. We'll also work in close proximity with the City Attorney's Office on that. The way that I've seen it done in the past is that it includes obligations to meet regularly with the community. And, I think we would do that off-site just out of respect for the residents. But it can look different. And so I think that's where we'll work with the City Attorney's Office to see kind of what makes the most sense for this and also to meet the community feedback and the community need for that.
But in general, that's something that you guys are committed to working out in some shape and form in this final agreement?
Yes. And I'll just add, that's something that we plan to carry forward in all of our DDA templates moving forward.
Great. And I think, I'm not sure, I'll stay maybe for a second. There was another question around security. There's a 1-year commitment that's currently been made. I think there's just anxiety generally about, well, what happens after that point? And there's a lot of questions just about kind of making sure that there's continual kind of consultation and also what that process will look like, whose decision it will be, whether it's the city's or someone else's to, decide whether that's necessary going past that point or not. Just curious.
Yeah, so thank you, council member. So as mentioned, there is a security plan which will be approved. As part of that, HCHC has committed to 1 year of security operations, at which point the city and HCHC will meet and confer, see what the security concerns are, if there are any, and then there'll be a discussion of whether or not that needs to continue forward, be pared down, and that will be part of the process.
So I hear you, and I think it's going to work great, and hopefully we won't need it past a year, but I want to push just a tiny bit because, meet and confer, we'll figure it out. I just want, some sort of sense of reassurance that, if there is a problem, we have the ability or leverage to continue providing that service, for instance.
Yeah, and we've talked to HCHC about it, and there is options to extend it. What it would mean, though, is that it would reduce and it would delay when we would start receiving residual receipts, as it would be part of the operating costs. So
it would potentially be an obligation on the city, for instance, on some level.
In a workaround way, yes.
Okay.
It would reduce our residual receipts that we receive.
Right, but it is an option.
It is an option, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I think just generally speaking, what I hear from the community, I'm very excited about this program and this project, and I think the community, is ultimately going to, find out that they have a good neighbor and that they're excited about it too. I think there's just a general sense of anxiety while people, I think, have come around to supporting it. They believe in more affordable housing and options for people to get housing who need it desperately. I think they just want to feel like there's going to be a really open channel dialogue, open channel of communication and dialogue and a responsiveness from both HCAC and the city when it comes to concerns, most of which will come many years down the road when COO opens. And I know that's going to be a work in progress, but I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit to like what that system will be. And it's, it's partly on HCAC and people concerned, but it's also on us as well as a city, and just elaborate a bit on the process by which we will sort of make sure that we are both communicative and responsive.
Yeah, and I can speak on that. So HCHC, they will be providing the property management contact information. So for when issues arise or other things, they can definitely reach out to HCHC directly on that. And on the city side, the city does meet, with many of our developments on a regular basis. And so with this development, we would be meeting with the service provider and the property manager on, a weekly, bi-weekly basis to address issues as they're coming up.
Got it. Well, thank you. I have another question. I'll start with you, but it may bleed into mobility and transportation a bit. There was originally contemplation of there being an AHSC grant, and I think part of the gap in funding is partly sort of attributed to the fact that that is no longer something that's going to be pursued. And I'm trying to understand a little like chicken and the egg here. I know there was a project went through a lot of different permutations, and on one level I've heard there being an issue around perhaps an availability of projects that would meet that on the mobility side, but I've also heard that the senior housing on some level is also potentially in conflict when it comes to getting that grant versus other forms of funding that maybe we're applying for. I'm just trying to understand sort of what came first in a way in terms of why we're no longer sort of pursuing that option.
That's a great question. So there's been a lot of conversations with multiple city departments about the ASIC, or the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Fund. And one of the, what's needed is there's three parts. You need affordable housing development, you need a pedestrian project or bicycle improvement project, and you need a transit project. And those two have to have significant GHG reductions in order to have the application even be competitive. And so in talking with mobility staff and DOT staff, Santa Monica has a really great transit system as it is. And the route on Wilshire was already awarded funding recently to bring down from 20 minutes to 10 minutes. And so that would have been an opportunity, but that was already awarded and selected. And so there wasn't a transit project that would have significantly brought down the GHG reductions. And without those components, the ASIC funding wouldn't be competitive enough to ensure that would be funded. So that tied with seniors living within the development. Seniors, as part of the calculation for the ASIC funding, are not significant greenhouse gas contributors, so it wouldn't significantly reduce greenhouse gases to be competitive.
So I guess the question though was it the decision to move to the senior housing, or was it the lack of availability of projects, or just in terms of what initiated this change?
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think it was a combination of both. There was multiple factors going on, with the ASIC funding, with, the senior population. It was a combination of both.
Okay, and just so I understand with the availability of projects, and let me know if I need to talk, if, Jason or anyone else needs to come up here, but there would need to be a bike or ped component and a bus component. Both parts would have to be.
Correct.
So for instance, like I was told, the 14th Street bike lane is taken, for a different project that we were contemplating, on PS3. They had an additional project that was a bus-related project.
They have a
there.
transit one as well, and former PS3 benefits from being in the downtown, which is where majority of the Big Blue buses routes go through the downtown. So they were able to create a significant GHG reduction program there.
So there are buses that we are now going to run more frequently or otherwise?
Can't
as a
speak
result?
specifically
Okay.
to that one. I can ask if our DOT colleagues know.
Well,
can't-
just to
yeah.
follow up on that quickly, it was like Santa Monica Boulevard looked at as another, major bus line that we have, or, the 11th Street bike lane that we're planning to build at some point, or things like that?
Yeah, I can speak very broadly to that, and then maybe Jason, if you want more information, can speak to that. But, Santa Monica was looked at, and again, there wasn't enough reduction and significant reduction for the GHG to be competitive for the development. There was Bicycle and pedestrian, we definitely had conversations with them, but it was ensuring that there was the projects that would significantly reduce GHG. And that was the driving factor to make sure it was competitive enough while also ensuring that each CHC would also be able to compete for these other funding sources. Should I ask Jason?
I see him behind you, so
Okay,
perhaps.
okay, good.
Hi, Jason Klieger, Chief Planning Officer for the Department of Transportation. So the headways on Route 1 on Santa Monica Boulevard are already at 10 minutes, and so there wasn't really an opportunity to improve that service there because it's already at our highest standard. Specifically about 11th Street, that project is not ready to be bundled in a grant application at this time. There's additional outreach and conceptual design work that would be needed before we would have the level of confidence of putting it into a grant where we'd be able to guarantee that that would be able to move forward.
When it comes to this idea that, we already have 10 minutes on Wilshire and Santa Monica Boulevard, I understand, it would cost more to, reduce those headways further, but I imagine the grant also pays in part for that improvement. So is there a reason why we can't try to get even better on either of those streets? If the funding would be to do that?
My understanding is that the greenhouse gas reduction in the eyes of the grant would not be enough to be funded. There's also the consideration of needing to have the additional buses and then needing to have the staff to operate those buses. And so it's a little more complicated than just saying to increase the headways.
Okay. And I know I know these things take time, obviously, and there's multiple factors, including the decision to go with senior housing, which, again, not quite sure if that's what caused this or if it's what was just an additional factor, but nonetheless, when it comes to 11th Street, I know the grant's not due, for instance, till like the middle of next year. I mean, there's no way that theoretically we could have something packaged, by then, for instance?
We would have to reorganize, our work plan and embark on doing that work now, which would then require trade-offs and other work that we have underway at this time.
Well, obviously, if there are other issues around the bus service and, other things that make us uncompetitive, it doesn't make sense. I just mean, that's 6 months from now, and this project was contemplated 9 months ago, so I just want to make sure that, we're not, giving up a funding source that would both obviously help fill our gap in this need and also help pay for transit improvements that we all want to see.
I was also just going to add too, though, that HCHC has done significant work on this proposal that, having to shift to ASIC funding or AHSC funding would require multiple items that would potentially also delay the development as well, because seniors would no longer, qualify or make it competitive. So there'd also be some retooling and other things as well. So I'd also just want to.
I'm aware there are multiple headwinds now, and I know we've moved away from there, so I'll stop asking about it. I will ask just some final questions about parking, and again, I don't know if, Jason, you're going to need or want to jump in, but so maybe stick around for a sec. The cost associated with digging underground further, the cost of the project, the hit to the trust fund, and including also the length of time of construction that neighbors are also complaining about, I think all would be a major hit to add further underground parking. But I am curious about a few other options that were touched upon in the staff report when it comes to maybe providing a little bit of replacement parking. The first, which actually wasn't mentioned, but I've just heard from other buildings, other market rate projects that are going up, either here or in other cities, was there any exploration of optionality whereby there would be some sort of way in which parking provided to certain residents at night could be potentially made available during the day at any point, to people who want to be parking on a short term? I know that I've seen developments work on strategies like that in other places.
Yeah, I can briefly touch on that, and then I might call up HCHC to further share on that. So that was, looked at and considered, but one of the concerns that came up was security of not only, the parking structure, but also security of the tenants as well. And there wasn't enough space to create different entrances to ensure security of those parking spaces and also of the building as well. If you have shared elevator spaces, you'd have to ensure that, those from the public that are utilizing that aren't going on beyond where the ground level or where they're supposed to be going. So that was something that was looked at, but it was security and just the operation of the building and how it was deemed infeasible.
Okay. On the other question related to that, having to do with the option of adding perhaps some perpendicular parking on certain streets, I saw that was considered, but also ruled out for a number of reasons. But I kind of wanted to push back on a few of those.
I will have Jason speak on that one then.
So I think there was mention, Euclid 14th, 16th were all looked at least preliminarily. I completely understand why 14th, especially with the bike infrastructure that we're contemplating, doesn't seem like it would be suitable necessarily for that. I know obviously the width of the streets and other things would need to be looked at, though it has been implemented on other streets nearby, as mentioned in the report. There was mention of the fact that because it's a signalized intersection, that's sort of a non-starter with the volume of cars, but and head-in parking, or that would then be backing out into traffic. But what about the concept of making it a back-in angled parking, for instance? Because I'm told that would make it significantly safer.
We have never done back-in angled parking in Santa Monica, so that would be new for us, and it would be a learning curve for users. I have seen that in other places. And I'm trying to picture how that would lay out in the street. It would definitely still require us to work with a consultant to do the design, and the associated costs would be likely the same. So it would be using the resources in that way. It potentially could work. We'd have to spend more time to evaluate it and see what would be gained in terms of the number of spaces in the function. So Euclid, as you're aware, already is signalized, and by this time next year, 16th Street will have a signal as well as part of our Wilshire safety study. So both corridors will be signalized intersections, and the functional area near the intersection may not be suitable even for back-in angled parking. Given just the need to organize traffic flow near a signal and the higher volumes and higher speeds that are typical on streets with signals versus neighborhood stop-controlled intersection type streets. So it wouldn't be the entire width of the block that would have perpendicular parking. It would only be some amount of the street that's further away from the intersection, and we have not done that level of design to see how many additional spaces would be added.
I guess my philosophical sort of point on this is that while I understand that a signalized intersection might lead to higher speeds, this kind of parking might also slow down speeds on the street, which actually could be good on some levels. So I guess I'm not sort of convinced that the signal precludes it if, say, the back-end parking or whatnot actually slows down speeds and causes people to drive slower. I don't think that would necessarily be a bad thing. And when it comes to the parking permit restrictions, that feels sort of like a little confusing to me, because I assume we could obviously change that if the goal was to provide a certain measure of parking for, say, customers of businesses, that we wouldn't have to have those perpendicular spots be permit restricted necessarily.
So I think council could change the way that the program is administered, but the way that it is currently administered is that the parking is governed by the adjacent land use. So,
right. I assume if the goal was to add a few replacement spots for people trying to park for businesses, we could figure out a way to make it so that could happen.
Yeah, it would require, I think, council action to change the preferential parking program.
And the idea, if we were interested as a council to look at this, was to ask for some sort of study. And is there any ballpark figure as to what that would look like or cost?
A study about our preferential parking?
No, sorry, just the whole idea of perpendicular on some of these streets.
I'm sorry, what's your question?
It was mentioned that there wasn't a study done as to even exactly where it could go or how many spots would be gained and what the cost benefit would be, and that you would have to employ a consultant. And my question was, is that something we would ask for now, and what would be the cost associated?
Yeah, so it was about $60,000 worth of staff time, consultant time, and then the construction costs to implement that sort of scheme of parking on those streets.
60?
Yes, per block.
And to look at it, I assume less if we weren't, just to evaluate?
We would need to engage a consultant to, I mean, yeah, if it was just to do, maybe 30% design or something like that, I think potentially a little bit less.
Okay, thank you so much.
That wouldn't be, the construction costs wouldn't be excluded from that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. I have a question for Executive Director Letts, please. Yeah, can you share what your vision for lighting of the buildings is or are?
So we will incorporate exterior lighting, and it will enhance the perception of safety, and I think it actually really does enhance safety. So we'll work with the architects. There is that screen element, so we'd have to figure out how to make sure that the exterior lighting worked well with the screens on both sites. I imagine it would go, on the sides of the street, so Wilshire, 14th, Euclid, and then also the alley. We would need to work with our neighbors on the alley and our neighbors to the south to make sure that we weren't sort of creating light pollution for them. So I imagine there'd be some differentiation, like brighter on the streets, and then, we'd be more respectful of the neighbors. But yeah, we could incorporate plenty of exterior lighting.
Okay, thank you. And that actually leads to my next question for staff. Have we done the outreach to the neighbors in the area? Because I've heard from some neighbors that they want more lighting with these developments, but I would imagine there are some neighbors who would not want more lighting and would see that as light pollution. So I'm curious, what is the level of engagement in that immediate vicinity of these buildings when it comes to light?
Yeah, so we've had 5 community meetings. There's been outreach as well. So each of those 5 meetings, those property owners, residents, and business owners and operators within the area received notice of those areas as well. We did business outreach, which wouldn't address, obviously, the lighting concerns, but, and then there was also just feedback through the websites, emails, and other avenues as well. So there wasn't anything specifically about lighting, but there's been extensive outreach about it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Raskin.
Thanks. Some of my questions have already been answered, but I've got a few. Just on the point about security, I saw that in the deal terms, it said that the security plan will be approved as part of the regulatory agreement. When is the regulatory agreement going to be signed?
Yeah, Susan, did you? I can answer, yeah. So the DDA will include the regulatory agreement, a form template, and then the regulatory agreement will be signed before construction, all of that starts.
Okay, so, but the terms will be approved as part of?
Correct,
the DDA?
yeah, so what you're approving tonight and reviewing and approving include the regulatory agreement, the DDA, all of those associated documents with it.
Got it, okay.
They help inform all of the documents.
Okay, so it's not a separate entitlement or anything like that?
No, it's part of our regular standard operations, and to a whole host of documents are a part of it. And if Susan, if you want to add anything.
It's going to be a recorded document, so it will basically be a covenant that runs with the land during the term of the lease.
Got it, okay. Well, you're up here. I don't know if you have this handy, but just for the public's information, one of the things that came up at the community meetings, which I had a chance to attend, was letting people know about the length of the affordable housing wait list right now in Santa Monica. Can you just briefly speak as to what the length is right now?
Yeah, it varies. So the below market housing wait list, we have 2 wait lists here at the city. We have the below market housing wait list, which is utilized for all of our deed restricted residences. So that includes our city-funded residences as well as the inclusionary one. That one varies because it's based off of the household size, how much that household has for income, a variety of things. So it can vary depending on that. But there is a live-work preference. It does take some time. So there's still some households who applied when the housing list first opened in 2020, 2021, that are still or starting to move in now. So it does take time because there's a lot of demand for affordable housing in the city. And then the second wait list is the Housing Authority wait list, which is for the vouchers, which will be used for the permanent supportive housing wait list. And so that one is a separate list that is utilized as well for that.
Got it. And do you know how long that wait list is?
I don't know for the permanent supportive housing one because that's a separate wait list. We have a general affordable one, and that one is quite extensive. There's, last I checked, there's about 40,000 on that list.
Yeah, wow. All right, I've got two questions for Executive Director Letts.
Yes.
First, so did the ARB change any of the materials that we've seen on the facade designs?
So I'm going to ask, Julian, would you mind coming up since you were, so one of the conditions talked about the screen and there were several components to how they're going to end up modifying the screen. But when you asked about materials, and I don't remember if any of the ARB conditions spoke directly to the materials being used, because there is a little corrugated metal on a south side and some other materials. The planter box material they brought up. Yeah. Okay.
Hi, council members. The question was in regards to following the ARB meeting, is that correct?
I'm just curious if the renderings we have here are going to change in any significant way.
Oh, so the Euclid Street, those renderings are from the recent ARB. So they reflect the most recent design. As I mentioned, that was approved with conditions. Some of those conditions included a design development of that screen element that you saw on the facade, including looking at the proportions, materiality, and overall extent of that screen, and that would have to be reviewed and approved by city staff prior to the issuance of the building permit. Additionally, the kind of final design of the security fences, gates themselves would also be reviewed likewise.
Got it. Okay.
Oh, and then, sorry, if I just may, on 14th, like I mentioned, the ARB, we plan to go to in January. So there will be some kind of continued development of those renderings, largely based on feedback that we received from Euclid.
Got it. So one final question, either for Director Letts or maybe Jason will be best positioned to answer this. So, back when I was on the Planning Commission, we'd frequently see, conflicts with alley usage with these projects that are being built out over a lot that extends to the back alley. I'm curious if you know how the RRR folks are going to be accessing your site. I mean, I go to Santa Monica Pizza Company all the time, and there's always the conflict between deliveries coming from the north, and I think that the trash collectors come from the south. And I'm curious if you have any comment on operational impacts on your end.
Well, so I'll say for Euclid and for 14th Street, there's currently 49 public parking spaces on each site. And then when we build the housing, there will be a little bit less parking. So that implies maybe the new buildings will create less congestion in the alleys. When I read the traffic report, it sounded like a lot of the people are there 1 to 2 hours, some longer, some shorter. But in a residential situation, our observation is, people leave all day and then they come back at night, or, they leave for larger chunks of time. So there's a little bit less in and out. So you might have more turnover, right, in the existing public parking structures, and in the residential buildings we've proposed, you'll have less in and out. So my sense is that there will be less congestion in the alley. And then the other thing that the architects have designed is a full car length will be able to pull in off the alley, and then they'll use their clicker and the gate will go up. right, to access the parking, but they will not be poking out into the alley. They'll be able to pull fully in the length of their car and then hit the clicker and then the gate will open. So we're also thinking that could mitigate some of the concerns about congestion. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I think one thing that I and others have been curious about are what would happen if these became, unidirectional alleyways, and how that would impact access for residents and other services. But obviously, that's, I think, a little bit far afield of the scope of what we're talking about tonight. That's it? Sorry,
Yeah, okay. I see Councilmember Trosas is back in, so Councilmember Trosas.
Hi, thanks, Natalie and Sarah and the whole team for putting this all together. I just have a couple of questions related to the parking costs. The replacement parking, I understand, is $6.3 million, and that would equate to about $181,000 per space. For Natalie specifically, and maybe Jason, is this expenditure justifiable given the parking utilization rates in the area? And can you just explain that?
I can speak more to, how we would pay for it, and that we have very limited housing trust funds at the moment, which would take away from those. And $181,000 per parking space is higher because of needing to go underground and the space size. I don't know if there's anything else.
I'm just wondering, given the utilization, in our parking study, there seems to be some discrepancy between what the community is saying the need is for the parking versus our studies. And just wanted to know if you think that this is a justifiable expenditure, especially using our small amount of housing trust fund dollars to pay for this.
Well, like I said, I can speak from the housing side in that, we have very limited housing trust funds and we have a large commitment in our housing element for the next 3 remaining sites. And so I think that, is something that needs to be balanced of the commitments in our next 3 remaining sites and the limited amount of housing trust funds that we have.
Got it. Thanks. And then for Sarah, thank you for sending us the pro forma for the project. Do you feel like there's any room, specifically on the construction costs, to value engineer the contractor's profit, overhead, and contingency percentages to at all reduce any of the costs there? Is there any way to defer a portion of the $2.5 million developer fee? Sorry. Do you feel like there's any opportunity to value engineer the project, or is this, really the absolute bottom line?
Yeah, there is. So Morley was mentioned in our proposal to the city because we want them to work with us throughout the process to make sure that we're being really savvy or taking advantage of all the value engineering opportunities that we can if you're talking to a general contractor at the same time that you're refining the drawing. So yes, in that regard. New construction, yes, contingency amounts can come down. It's a risk mitigant factor. You might want a bigger contingency on Euclid where you have to go 1 level subterranean. So when you dig, there's always some unknowns. But yes, there are ways to save money. The other point I'd like to make is that if there are other sources that become known to us and available, or become known to us as potentially additional sources of financing, we will pursue them. We are not going to think, the city will fund the gap. If there is ever a chance to if there's IIG money, there's very limited IIG money in the state of California. We think only $25 million for the whole state. But if we think we can compete, we'll compete, and we'll try to bring those resources to the projects.
Fantastic. And just having known your track record across Southern California, I feel confident in that. So thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
So I had a couple of questions, and I apologize if my brain froze for a minute and these were already answered. So I noticed in the staff report that it talked about the Go Samo Transportation Management Organization potentially engaging with the businesses. I was wondering, are they also able to engage with the residents that are going to be living in these buildings to try to help incentivize them to use non-auto forms of transportation and incentivize? Yeah. I see Mr. Klieger is coming up.
They certainly could. The Go Samo Transportation Management Organization can do outreach with employees, residents, visitors. Their main charge is to work with local employers who are regulated by our trip reduction ordinance to help them comply with that. So anything they do beyond that would kind of take them away from that core function that they're providing to local businesses, but that's certainly something that we could ask them to work on.
Is there another team that would potentially engage the residents or work with HCHC to engage them and, I don't know, maybe help provide transit passes or work with any local like pedicabs or micro transit providers, anything like that, to maybe free up some of the resident parking spaces? Because I know we've talked a lot about parking today, but that is a big thing we've been hearing about for the community.
Yeah, HCHC, is very well informed on, many of the mobility choices that the city has, and they're also in communication with city staff as well. So one of the things with the senior development, there is the city's mode service that, they can help educate tenants there that would qualify for that as well. There's also other avenues, especially for lower income tenants, that they could qualify for as well, that HCHC, with support from city staff, but the HCHC is aware of these programs and they can share those with residents.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Most of my other questions have been answered, but I have two more. One for staff, a clarification on the perpendicular parking idea. Is that perpendicular parking as in 90 degrees to the sidewalk, or would we, if that's something that we look at, would we be able to look at something angled at like 45 degrees to the curb?
Whenever we have done it in the city of Santa Monica, it's been 90-degree perpendicular head into the sidewalk.
Is that because it's considered a best practice, or is that just generally what's been looked at by default?
I don't know if it's necessarily a best practice. It's just been our local practice and what we've done. The benefit of that is the curb kind of also acts as the wheel stop, so that it prevents cars from going too far beyond. I guess in a different angle, it would still have some of that function as well.
Yeah, I just feel like the angled might help with some of the visibility concerns. Let me see. So that's all I had for y'all. Thank you. And then quick question for HCHC. So in the staff report, it mentioned that one of the things y'all are going to be doing to help address some of the community concerns was including a perimeter fence. When I picture a perimeter fence, it doesn't necessarily seem the most welcoming or inviting or feel like a community space. So I was just wondering how y'all would work to, ensure that it doesn't make the building seem unapproachable or unwelcoming.
Yeah. That's a really good point. So I was at Community Corp for 5 years from 2011 to 2016, and we did a building with Kevin Daly at 26th and Broadway, and it doesn't have perimeter fencing. So it seems like a decade ago, that was sort of the mindset. I have to say that we work all over Los Angeles County, and so we do have a lot of buildings with perimeter fencing. So we know it looks good. We know how to integrate landscaping with it so that it provides the security that everybody is There's a lot of talk about security, so we want to address those concerns. And, but we think we can make it beautiful with the landscaping and then also the choice of materials for the fencing that we install.
Thank you very much for the clarification. That's all my questions.
Did you still have a question? Okay, Councilmember Swick.
Sorry, just on the topic of, I guess, when Councilmember Terosas talked about ways that we can just make sure we get the most out of this project at the best cost, there was talk of the step downs that were introduced on, I guess, the 14th Street site where it goes 6, 5, 4, 3, I believe, or something of that nature. I mean, is there a cost saving, or at least perhaps maybe, I guess, a cost saving in getting more units for not, as much cost pertaining to potentially taking another look at that, or is cost not really a huge factor in that consideration?
So we'd have to do the math on it. So it's all 1-bedrooms, right? So you just stack additional 1-bedrooms, and you could stack 14 more 1-bedrooms on the 3rd and 4th buildings. And so when you would generate more equity, right? Because you have more basis to generate equity, but that doesn't cover the whole cost of a unit. I don't think we're at the cap for MHP. We're applying for 20 million for MHP because they have like per unit caps and they have project caps. So have we hit the cap? Yeah. And so to be competitive for state financing, we have to have at least 50% PSH units. So if we added 14 1-bedroom units, we'd need to add 7 additional project-based vouchers. And we would need to start over with our administrative approval application, which went in November? Okay.
Got it. Well, I think I'm hearing that it may not be worth it, but I just wanted to check in on that as well.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions. I'll start with architectural design. I don't know if that would be Ms. Letts or the architect.
Let's have Kevin come up. Yeah.
Hello.
Good evening. Kevin Daly, from Kevin Daly Architects.
So we met when I did a walkthrough at one of the other projects, and we talked a bit about my comments, and I know this is not just my personal comments, this is from a lot of community input around just the architecture of a lot of these buildings don't really match. I don't know what the word would be, but the more conventional buildings that are in the neighborhood. And I was just curious, like, I don't understand the screen. Maybe I missed something. What is that? Is that a design mechanism or is it functional?
Excuse me. I think, especially with this type of housing, affordable housing, we really want to make sure that the operational costs stay as low as possible. The buildings will be fully conditioned, they'll be heated and air conditioned, but really what we try to do in the kind of design of the buildings is make sure that the energy demand is as little as possible. So Santa Monica has a really funny orientation, and one of the buildings, the one, a portion of the building facing Euclid, has a lot of late afternoon direct sun. So the screen is really just about kind of introducing elements to help shade the windows so people can keep their windows open and avail the units to natural ventilation. And that's really that's the objective of it. And so the screen is really just a sun control system, and that's the intent of it. And I think the vocabulary of the buildings is a little different than the neighborhood buildings now, because those are tiny little buildings. In a lot of cases, it's 1 and 2 story buildings. So I think the vocabulary invariably is going to change. But I think we still want to kind of address the kind of neighborhood scale with the proportion of the buildings and the proportion of the windows and things like that. So we've been really attentive to that sort of thing. We really want to make sure they don't seem like commercial buildings. Yeah, because a lot of them still sort of look like commercial buildings.
And so just making that comment. And then I think my other questions probably aren't for you, but thank you. My next question was about the good neighbor agreement. I just quickly wanted to understand how that would be solidified for this DDA. And like, are you going back to the neighborhood group that you've been talking to? And also, does it include the businesses? Because it sounds like the Wilshire Theater, for example, is saying that they were not informed or well-informed. I'm not sure if you have any comments on that.
So for the Wilshire Theater, there's been some discussions with them, and then also, as staff has been walking along Wilshire Boulevard, we did notice that there was underground parking at that site that was caged off. So I'm not sure if it's being utilized or part of their development or not, but that was something that while we were walking, that they do have underground parking there. And then in terms of the good neighbor agreement, that's something that we'd be working with in consultation with the city attorney's office, as well as HCHC, to develop what that would look like and addressing some of the items that were discussed tonight as well.
Okay, and then I don't want to make a comment. I don't know if this is a question or comment, but you mentioned Montana Avenue, I think it was, and Ocean Park Avenue in comparison. I was just wondering, did you guys actually compare the parking and look at that? Or are you just sort of drawing, because I don't think Montana Avenue being R1 homes all behind that area would compare to like these, off of Wilshire, it's all apartments, permit parking, businesses abut on either ends competing for, nobody can park in those permit-only parking spaces anyways. And with people working from home nowadays, I also wanted to just make the point that I don't know that it's similar parking situations as maybe it was pre-COVID. But you said, I think you used Montana Avenue as in comparison. Was that like actually a direct studied comparison or just?
It wasn't a direct study comparison. It was feedback that's been shared with us about Montana and Ocean Park Boulevard and other commercial areas within the city as well.
I would just note that those areas have predominantly R1 housing, and that is not the case with Wilshire. It's predominantly apartments.
Noted, thank you.
And that is all my questions, and I'm going to open the floor for comments, and then hopefully moving this item along. Does anybody have any comments? Okay, no comments, then we'd like to call for a motion, obviously with direction. Does anyone want to move this item? Yes.
Yeah, I'd be happy to move the item with a couple pieces of direction, and I invite my council members to chime in if there's something I'm missing. But I'd love to move forward with the item as presented by staff to move forward with finalizing or drawing up and finalizing the DDA for these projects. I would like to see inclusion of language around a good neighbor agreement in those DDAs, and I would also like to see at least an evaluation of different permutations of perpendicular parking on Euclid and 16th. How many spots that would gain us, and what possible designs could satisfy, and what we'd get out of it.
Okay.
Can I add something?
Yes.
Can I add something? There was discussion about the security around the building for more than a year, and I just wanted to know if we settled on this 3-year term of at least making that available.
Is that a question, or are you saying you'd like to?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to add that if Councilmember Zwick concurs.
Sorry, can you repeat 3-year term for what?
Security.
For the security guards for the 14th Street project.
Well, I guess I was satisfied with the answer that it was committed for 1 year, and that if it was determined to be necessary, that was something that we as a city could essentially front through reduced revenues from the property. But I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay, and I guess we would have to have discussion on what, these things are all a little bit amorphous. Like, what does it mean to be safe and need more security or less security? So there would have to be ongoing discussion about that, because I think understandably the community has trepidation and just wanting to be transparent about the safety in the area post project delivery.
Maybe we can add direction around ensuring that this is something that is brought back. I mean, obviously it's a number of years down the road, but that this is something that's brought back to council's attention and not just forgotten at that time of a year.
And
then I think we had, go
sorry,
ahead.
I'm just taking notes, and that it's brought back at a year, or I think,
Or 9 months, or whenever it would need to be extended potentially.
okay, at the time of extension, because I think the concern is that we don't want to wait until there's a difference of opinions of what safety is, because we hear at other projects sometimes that some community members will say, oh, there's all these police calls at a certain location, but then we get differing information from staff. So how do we discern? Are we just going to say that it's going to come back at 9 months? I mean, we should probably be more clear about.
I mean, I guess.
So I think we said,
Sorry, go ahead, Graham.
well, I think Sarah had committed to at least annual community meetings with the neighbors. And it sounds like there would be some sort of annual evaluation process. So just looking at the data year over year and making sure that we're in clear communication with the neighbors, and that there's a process by which the neighbors can access the city if they feel that there's some sort of concern, I think would satisfy my my needs here. But I don't know if council members would agree with that.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think, yeah, we'll have to rely on staff, but as council members, we can also listen to the community, and it'll be our job to have to kind of triangulate and muddle our way through that.
My only concern is that if it commences at a year and then we have the community discussion, then the security is out of place and the offer to extend it might be complicated. That's why I was just mentioning like the 9-month marker as a community input opportunity, so that therefore, if we need to extend the security, it's already in place, and then that conversation can happen. Is that
That makes sense.
amenable? Okay. Any other comments? Yes.
I just want to clarify, we're talking about 9 months from the point at which the project's fully leased up. So this would occur
4 years.
sometime in 2029.
Right. After the Olympics, yes.
Okay, I just want to confirm the timing.
That's one question.
Yes, Councilmember Raskin.
It's a question for David or Susan. So after an A is approved, is there a process by which a circulation plan can be reevaluated?
A circulation plan for the neighborhood?
No, I mean for the project specifically, because I mean when you put in your building plan submittals, you have to include a circulation plan for the project, and I'm curious if there's an potential opportunity either as part of the DDA or regulatory agreement or some framework to make sure it's working, down the road.
I'm hedging because I'm not 100% sure. I'm looking to see if Jason, you know what you would get in a development package.
The building permit submittal wouldn't include any sort of circulation study of adjacent streets or the alley. That's not part of our standard requirement.
Well, yeah, maybe not adjacent streets, but I mean, at least with respect to ingress and egress of the specific building. You got to show that in the plans, right?
Your plans would have to show where your driveways are located, but beyond that, there's no additional requirement that we're looking for. If there was an environmental impact report done for a project, which I don't think is required in this instance, that would look at kind of where trips are coming from in the region and where they're going and all that sort of stuff, and then could be potentially distilled on a more fine-grained layer on like what exact streets people would be taking to access the site, but that's not required in this instance.
Well, let me ask it this way. Would it be helpful to you and your team to have an opportunity, as part of the DDA to evaluate circulation and maybe get a little bit far afield here, and I'm not sure.
You were talking about one-way alleys earlier, so is that what you're talking about here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so from time to time, we get requests of that type of thing in different areas of town for different reasons, and that's something that we can evaluate as needed. We do have one-way streets in the downtown. There's a couple one-way streets in other places, like near the Whole Foods on Montana. There's some like minor one-way alleys, rather. I think what we do as the Department of Transportation is we're generally keeping abreast of these things and looking at them as we hear from the community. So I don't know if you necessarily need to require it in this. This is something that you could decide to do, but we're, keeping the temperature of the community. People are in touch with us all the time. I will say that in the downtown, yeah, they're one-way alleys, but we have far more housing units that use the alleys, and they seem to be, flowing well.
Yeah, and I'm mindful it is an HAA project. We've got nexus requirements and all that, and I don't know. I'll defer to the.
Are you asking to add
room
that?
here. I don't know if there's interest from other folks up here. I see Susan.
Councilmember.
I also just,
I'd be a little concerned that what would the implication be, that they would have to redesign, or, I mean, they've already got their entitlement, so that's pretty set. They will have to go through the building permit process, and then once that happens, they will get their financing. It's like a go at that point. And so to require either the developer to do that kind of a study at that point is very late in the process. And, the developer should obviously speak for themselves, but from a DDA standpoint, we've never had that kind of provision because it does lend uncertainty to their financing and the whole structure of the deal.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to imply that HCHC would bear the cost of redesigning anything. My thought was more that the city could potentially reevaluate ingress and egress on Euclid Court or other parts of the street in the future.
Yeah, that can always be done as direction to staff to do that independently of the DDA.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Councilmember Hall, sorry. Oh, are you, Councilmember Swick?
I think we kind of got there, but my point was only that, well, I'm a fan of one-way alleys, and it could be useful in this circumstance, but it doesn't have to be a part of the DDA. As to whether we want them to evaluate that now or later, I'm not sure it's necessary to happen at this moment, but I think it's a good idea and one that we could direct staff to do either now or later. But I don't think it has to be a part of this motion.
Okay, so we need to move this item and then we can give direction afterwards, correct, City Clerk?
You already gave.
I mean, we're giving it now, but
Right. But we do, we have a motion on the floor. We don't have a second, though.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, are we clear on the direction to include the Good Neighbor Agreement and evaluation of different parking options and designs with an estimation of how that would impact parking spaces, the security opportunity to look at that at 9 months, and I think that's it.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis? Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, can you hear us? Oh, looks like it's
I think she
frozen.
froze.
Let me text
Been
her.
having internet issues.
Can I text her?
Councilmember Zornitskaya
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
All right. We'll just have to record her absent.
She said that was a yes.
Oh, it was yes, okay.
Okay.
Well, I don't know, is that acceptable?
She says she can hear us.
Yeah, but city attorney,
Oh.
we need a roll call vote, so I don't know if that's acceptable.
Can we get her on the phone at least?
Can we get you on, oh, sorry. Can we get you on the phone, Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, since you can hear us?
Yeah, can
There we
you
go.
hear me?
Yes, now we can hear
That
you.
was it. I don't know what's going on. I'm so sorry. That was a yes.
Okay.
So that motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Thanks.
We need a motion to carry on the rest of the agenda past 11 o'clock.
Move to continue.
Second.
Councilmember Zwick, yeah, Councilmember Hall.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Zornitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell? I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Item 12A, public hearing and adoption of resolution to issue bonds for the benefit of 710 Broadway Affordable.
I would move that we waive the staff report. Does anyone feel we need one?
Second.
So, all right, you don't, do you want to, does someone want to move the item then?
Yeah,
Yeah, I moved.
Carolyn, I'm sorry.
Oh, wait, we still need to do a public hearing.
Okay.
Which there is none, so it's closed. So now we can have a motion.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem made a, what?
City Clerk, what do you mean that there's none?
I'm sorry, there's no public input. There's no one signed up to speak.
Okay, we should ask.
Okay.
Is there
Is there
anybody?
anyone here that would like to speak on item 12A? Seeing none?
Should have registered anyway, so.
Okay.
All right, now do we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Terosis made a motion and Councilmember Hall seconded.
Okay. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Terosis? Oh, she dropped off again. Okay.
She says she's coming back.
Okay. Councilmember Raskin?
And sorry, this is the motion to move the item and not to waive the staff report?
We don't need a motion to raise the staff report. we
Okay,
just move the item.
yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
So I guess, should we just wait for her to rejoin?
Yeah, let's see. Thank you for coming prepared to do the report. She keeps getting dropped. Can we call her? She's able to text. I don't know if that's.
Call Carolyn?
I can do it. I just wasn't sure if it's more.
As long as we.
Okay.
Hi, sorry.
Hi, can we get your vote on this item?
Yes, that would be a yes.
Okay. Does anyone hear that?
Yes, that motion passes 6-0.
I'm trying to reconnect on my internet.
Apologies.
Okay. I'm going to keep you on the line here, just so that we're connected.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, moving on to,
16.
yeah, so Mayor, do you want to ask?
Yes, I'd like to ask the council if you'd like to consider voting items 16A through F as one item.
So just to be clear though, some of these are appointments, so we can't do those. And then.
Well, yeah, just 16A through F.
Oh, just A through F, okay.
Yeah.
Actually, council, it can be everything but the appointments together if you choose to do it that way.
Well, I think
what may be
there's some
pulled.
discussion on a couple of them, so I'm gonna just do 16A through F for this. If we can do one vote, that would be great.
Okay.
Second.
Yes. Zernitskaya second.
I'm sorry, who?
Zernitskaya seconded. I made the motion.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Item 16G, appointments to vacant seats on the audit subcommittee. As a result of this past election, we now have 3 vacancies for council members to sit on the audit subcommittee. And I would now offer, 2 of the seats have expiration of terms of June of 2026. I'm sorry, 2027, and 1 expires in 2025, June of 2025.
I was just going to make the note that since Councilmember Snell is not here at the moment, and I think, I know I was going to nominate as an option. How does that, how does that impact? Do we have to do this nomination tonight?
Council does have a friendly policy to not necessarily do board and commission appointments when a council member is absent. So we could continue this to the January 28th meeting. The audit subcommittee doesn't meet until February.
Is that the same for the West Side Cities Council of Governments, the SCAG, or ICA?
So those are outside boards that council members sit on. It's up to your discretion. Really, the policy was for boards and commissions.
Okay.
But that would be up to council's discretion. You could continue them all until Councilmember Snell is able to return.
If my colleagues, if council's friendly to wait on this appointment to the audit subcommittee until Councilmember Snell is back, we have a full council.
I think as long as we're not vacating or
No.
missing an opportunity to participate at one of these conferences and represent the city, then I think we should
Well, this is-
continue all of the
all of them? Okay.
appointments until Councilmember Snell is able to join us.
So,
I don't know when the outside bodies meet. I don't know if they'll be meeting between now and January 28th.
The next West Side COG meeting is in February. I personally would like to know that I'm hopefully still serving, but it doesn't meet until February.
I'm technically an ICA because I was an alternate and then Councilmember Parra left, so I became, but I haven't gone to anything ever. I don't know of anything that's coming up. If it's okay with the council, I would assume that Councilmember Zwick will attend anything between now and the next meeting, and myself for ICA. Is that amenable to everybody?
The only body that will be meeting prior to the January 28th, I'm sorry, I should be speaking into my mic, is the Clean Power Alliance. They meet on the first Thursday of the month.
And currently,
I don't know, but that's the scheduled date.
currently, Mayor Pro Tem Terosis and former Mayor Davis sit on that. Is that correct?
Yes, former Mayor Davis is the director, and Mayor Pro Tem Terosis is one of the alternates, and former Mayor Pam O'Connor is the second alternate.
So they would still be able to attend that? I mean, is everybody amenable to?
Is there a need to flip that for any reason, or it's fine how it is?
It's fine how it is. I guess when we go through it, we can go if there's any changes. But for now, I guess the point is that we have people serving in a position to be able to show up.
So I will say though, I believe with the Clean Power Alliance and the directions are in the item, I believe it has to be a sitting council member,
Wow.
and former Mayor Davis is obviously not a sitting member.
Can we, yeah.
Essentially, right now.
So,
We could just
Can we just flip it so that Councilmember Terosis is the sitting council member?
I think you'd have to do that formally.
Okay, then can we do that item tonight?
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that, that Mayor Pro Tem Terosis is the council's designee to the Clean Power Alliance with former Mayor Gleam Davis as the first alternate.
Second.
And do you want to do a second alternate or just leave it as is with former Mayor Pam O'Connor sitting? She can continue to.
I think leave as is.
I think I'm fine leaving, yeah. We have a consensus to leave as is.
I'm sorry, who made that motion?
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
And who was the second?
Zwick.
Yeah.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell? I'm sorry, Mayor Negrete. I'm sorry, I skipped. I'm sorry. I'm ready to go home. Councilmember Zernitskaya
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a need for a motion to continue those other appointments, or are we okay?
Yeah, do we, that's what I was just about to say, do we need to make a motion then to continue the other appointments
It would
till?
probably be best, yes.
Okay. Were you going to make that motion, or do you want me to? do
Sure,
it?
I'll move that we continue the appointments to the Audit Subcommittee, COG, Westside COG, SCAG, Conference, Independent Cities, all, and Cal Cities Conference, all to the next meeting. That's 16 G, H, I, J, and K.
Second.
Sorry, I had to do a roll call vote. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Okay.
So we voted 16-0. We can take that off.
Okay, item 16M, request of council members Hall, Raskin, and Mayor Pro Tem Terosis that the city attorney, city clerk, and city manager update the rules of order and procedure for the conduct of city council meetings and council members.
And what, you guys can decide who wants to introduce Councilmember Hall.
Sure, I can introduce it. So I think we have two overarching goals, and I'll keep this short. One, to improve the efficiency, to promote accessibility for the public and reduce wasted staff time by streamlining our meetings through time limits and new voting procedures. And secondly, to ensure ethical governance. updating our rules to reflect modern legal landscapes and maintain accountability in council member conduct. So the key provisions you'll see in our item is time management, so an introduction of speaking time limits for council members and streamlining our boards and commissions appointment process with ranked choice voting. Some ethical standards, such as prohibiting the misuse of the city seal and other symbols for political purposes, and set clear gift acceptance limits. On the governance front, clearly define the title of Mayor Pro Tem and establish mechanisms for censure of council members for misconduct, and focus on change we can affect through limiting resolutions on international affairs. I think that by adopting these reforms, the council demonstrates its commitment to efficient meetings and effective and ethical governance in service to the city and community.
Thank you. Does anybody else? I wanted to make a friendly or have some discussion if we can on a couple items. One is considering moving closed session to an earlier time so that we can do the city's, the people's business at a time that's much earlier than even now. And I know that it's hard as council members, we all have day jobs. So this might not be possible with this council, but I did want to propose the idea of having our closed session start at maybe 4 p.m. So that we could actually we can do that part before having to come into open session and then having people sit here for 2 hours, sometimes longer, and then having to come back. And if we weren't able to finish our business, we would go back into closed session at the end of our meetings. That's just one. I can move on unless we want to have discussion about that specific item.
I think maybe go through your full
Okay.
questions and I'll address them. Address them as a team.
I think I got this answered. I was curious about the intellectual property as the sweaters we were wearing, but I think it's clear now that it's for political purposes. So check that off. The gifts, I don't have a problem with that. I just want to note that we did get orchids, for example, as gifts, and they were valued at $130. In that instance, for example, if that was in place and not everybody's aware of these specific rules, then what? We return them, we regift them. I just wanted to note that I totally get where we're trying to go, but if the maximum is still in line with the $590, I don't know that it makes a difference. I'm just pointing that out. It's not often that we get $130 orchids or gifts of that manner in one time, in one setting, but I can see how it can happen. So I just wanted to consider just leaving it the way it's already written to be. I haven't seen it become a problem. The other one is just the feasibility of ranked choice voting for board, commission, and seats. I'll speak for myself. I think it's confusing and might be, if a lot of this is about efficiency and timely meetings. I also worry with tracking between the ranked choice voting and tracking everyone's speaking time, that could be really cumbersome on our city clerk. As you can see, sitting in this meeting and being up here for the first time, it's one thing to observe it, but to be back here and see all the different things that can happen between technical difficulties, speakers coming up, negotiating their different time, then conversations that might require more speaking time from council members than others. I just worry that we're going to end up putting more pressure on our city clerk to be maintaining all these different things while also trying to figure out who's voting for what in terms of ranked choice voting. So I just ask that those two things be looked at. I mean, I think we just got here as a council, and I think there's opportunity to revisit those things if we see it becomes a problem. And so those are my suggestions, or friendlies.
I guess I can address some of those. I appreciate the suggestion of closed session at 4 p.m. I think one of the things that might be an unintended consequence if we do that was that could potentially limit public comment on closed session items, since we have to hear that before. Is that correct? Yes. So I would be reticent to do that because it would limit public comment and public access to closed session items, which tend to be our most contentious ones and ones we want to hear input from the community on. But I totally hear you. Maybe there is opportunities to look at how we do closed session and maybe we split meetings or something. So I think our guidance to staff would be that we're open to doing new things.
Can I respond to that really quick? I will just say that, and this is just in my experience since 2021, I only hear public comment on CVRA closed session. I'm just going to say, I haven't heard anyone comment on our bus litigations or whatnot for closed session. So I just wanted to point that out, that that's not a normal circumstance.
That is fair. And if on what happens when we get gifts above $100, I think that is a fair question, and I would be open to staff suggestions on how to best address that. Potentially it's a return, potentially it's a re-gift or donation to a community partner or nonprofit. I'm not sure. So would be open to staff suggestions on that. The time limits, our vision was that this specifically would address kind of discussion and comments, which we felt in previous councils ran for an unnecessarily long time, not to limit questions and back and forth kind of answering of questions. And I guess I just disagree with your assessment of ranked choice voting and think that we could do it in a public and open way here. There's plenty of technology that we could leverage, software, websites, or even a simple Google Sheet that would be public to the open.
And that is definitely something that I certainly would be amenable to. I'm not saying every month we're doing that, but maybe once a quarter, to allow for folks who have different schedules to attend meetings. Just throwing it out there.
I don't know if I should respond to that, but I'm going to call, I'll call on Councilmember Zunitskaya first.
So I just had a couple comments on what's being proposed. So first, on the $100 limit, I'll just say in my day job, that's what I'm limited to because I'm registered with certain regulatory organizations in my day job. So if it's related to something like from my day job, then I'm limited to actually $100 per year from any source, and I'm limited to gifting no more than $100 to any source. But I totally hear the concern about the orchids because they are gorgeous and also like $130 somehow. I would be open to looking at different time schedules for closed session and for potential special meetings to catch up on things. With regards to the time limits, I hear the concern, and I did see in the proposal that it could be extended by a 2/3 vote of the council. If I may potentially suggest meeting somewhere in the middle, I do see on our screens, there is a little thing that says talk time, and I was just wanted to get clarification from the city clerk if it's possible for us to track how long each council member has spoken on any particular item.
Ms. Newsom is in the queue, so I'll call on you next.
So of course, I want to address a few questions because Councilmember Zwick had also brought up some questions. So I think just to be clear, and the city manager or city attorney can, weigh on this. Even if this were to be approved, we still would need to bring back legislation for this anyway. So even if a resolution was brought forth at the next council meeting on the 28th, and council at that point would vote on it, and then it would be in effect after you voted on that. So even if you agree on this tonight, it's not going to go anywhere tonight. Concerning the question about the timers and such, I was thinking that possibly we would have to have separate timers for each council member to keep track of. That can be problematic because I'm only one person and sometimes I need to leave, so, that would be a concern. As far as the way it's set up in the system with the talk time, that's primarily for public input. I don't believe that we would be able to actually put in each council member's names and then keep track that way. It's really set up for public input. We can investigate it, we can talk to the vendor, but my understanding is that it's for public input. So I don't know how that would work out with that. As far as the ranked choice voting, I did a very brief look online. I saw that there was a calculator. Perhaps there is software out there. Obviously, with software, you need funding and resources, and so that would be a budgetary concern. I don't know that they're that expensive, but that would be a budgetary concern that we'd have to look into. I do have concerns that, it does take time to take the names and plug them into the calculator and rank them, and then you'd have to start all over again. So that is my concern, for one-off seats that you're filling, not a big deal, but obviously this policy has to be extended for every single seat. So when thinking about the annual appointments, my head kind of explodes as to how that would actually play out. So those are my concerns. Again, we can look into these things, research them, bring them back to see what we can find. But those are just the concerns that I would have about implementing those ideas. And then one thing I wanted to bring up too, and I had brought this up before, I did have a concern about the item concerning the mayor pro tem. The way I understood it was that the title of mayor pro tem would essentially never be used unless the mayor pro tem was acting in the place of the mayor. Currently on the nameplate, we have mayor pro tem. When I call the roll, I call mayor pro tem. On legislation, it states mayor pro tem. So my understanding would be that that would cease, and then it would just say council member going forward. So I just want to get that clarification if that's the case, or,
Councilmember Hall?
Yeah, so a couple of comments on the last thing about the title of mayor pro tem. I think that, yes, that is our vision. And that the mayor pro tem acts in that title when the mayor pro tem is serving as in lieu of the mayor. Whether that needs to be changed on our agendas, I think we were thinking of it more as like a speaking title. When we would refer to Councilmember Torosis, it would be Councilmember Torosis instead of Mayor Pro Tem Torosis. With regards to the ranked choice voting, I would just say, as in other roles I have had in the community that have involved voting, we have used commercially available software, and I have filled out the ballot on the spot. And does it take, a little bit of training? Yes, but it is absolutely doable to fill out the names of a ballot. And the commercially available software that I'm thinking of costs $20 a ballot. So I see that cost as negligible for something that would improve the effectiveness of our government and get a true understanding of where we believe we want our boards and commissions nominees to be filled.
Can I just add briefly that, obviously there are charter and muni code requirements with respect to the roles and responsibilities of the mayor pro tem, and my understanding is that the goal is to not necessarily change that, but be more of just a, like a rule of decorum or something like that?
I was going to ask that question because as being in that role for 2 years, I don't think people realize like there's other meetings that you go to. There's agenda setting, there's leadership meetings. And so is that changing with taking away the title?
It is simply a change in title in how we use, not a change in title, it's a change in how we use the title. How we address the council member.
Got it.
So again, to clarify, on the agenda anymore, we would use Councilmember Torosis. On the legislation, it would no longer say Mayor Pro Tem, it would say Councilmember Torosis. In the minutes, it would no longer say Mayor Pro Tem Torosis, it would be Councilmember Torosis. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Bring that back as your recommendation and let us debate it. I think these are details that, maybe we weren't aware of as how that exactly works. Our intent in proposing this motion was to ensure that as a council, we have seen previous councils where the council members acting as mayor and mayor pro tem have stepped what we felt were out of their authority due to their quote unquote elevated titles. And the idea here is that our mayor and mayor pro tem are first and second amongst peers. It makes sense for the mayor and the chair to have a title during the meeting and while representing the community at official events. And as the mayor, that makes absolutely sense. The mayor pro tem is exactly that. It's pro tem when Patty Murray is referred to, she is referred to as Senator Murray and not President Pro Tem of the Senate, Murray, although that is the position that she holds. So we're envisioning it working in a similar manner where we would refer to the Mayor Pro Tem as council member and spoken title, but the position itself obviously remains as Mayor Pro Tem per the charter.
And just can I add to that? I think that we're seeing, oh wait, hold on one second.
I'm trying to mitigate my audio issues here. Nikki, I would be fine with keeping the title on the system that you have and on the agenda. I think Councilmember Hall explained it perfectly, that we're just trying to mitigate against any sort of overstepping or overreach, indicate that someone has like more authority over any other council members, because I think we all feel, again, that we're equals here.
My only comment about Saturday meetings was just to keep in mind that while we all have different work schedules, that means that some of us run businesses and work in entertainment, so our schedules go into the weekends. Some of us have children, so we have our family time, and I think work-life balance is extremely important. It's already hard to be on this council and have whatever we do for our quote-unquote day or night or weekend jobs in addition. And on that note, let's not forget that that takes staff. So now we'd be asking staff to come to work Monday through Friday, stay till past midnight, and then be coming in for special meetings on Saturdays. So, I mean, when we have to, and I've done it since being on council since 21, I started off coming in on Saturdays. It's not ideal for a work-life balance for any of us. And so that's the only thing I'll say about Saturday, but I would like for all of these things to come back and look at the opportunity to at the very least, move our closed session up in a way that we can have these meetings a little bit earlier, if we can arrange that and maybe get things done. But other than that, I think everything else looks fine to go back and come back to us with something a little bit more solid. And hopefully, at that point, we can have Councilmember Snell here to engage in the discussion. So if somebody wants to put a motion, I'm sorry, Councilmember Raskin?
Well, that's what I was going to do. First, I do want to agree with what Carolyn said about titles, but if nobody else wants to speak, and if folks feel like there's sufficient direction here, I would move that we direct staff to come back with appropriate legislation to effectuate the direction in this item.
Councilmember Zwick is in the queue.
Can
Do I have a second for?
I can second, but maybe I can also just ask or try to offer something. I support the intent of all of this. I think we've discussed that there's some question marks in terms of implementation of a few of the policies. I guess, would it be amenable to say that when it comes to things that would require additional budget or new processes from the city clerk, that they would return to us with a proposal for how best they would, the clerk or other elements of our city government would potentially implement this, and then we could then sort of vote whether to move forward or not with some of those items at that time, I guess, when we get that further context?
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Councilmember Raskin and a second by Zwick with some direction. We'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Item 16N, request of Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, Councilmember Zwick, and Mayor Negrete that the city attorney and city manager prepare the city of Santa Monica for the presidential transition.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, would you like to read this item?
Sure. I'll do it super quickly. I think that we all know that our organization, has a playbook. We have seen this Trump administration in a different form previously, and I think that it's really important that we reaffirm our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, make sure that we are strengthening our commitment to protecting all of our residents, particularly those in our marginalized communities and immigrant communities, to ensure that people feel safe in their homes, in their schools, and public spaces, and really just send a message that Santa Monica stands with those who have been excluded traditionally from power and resources. also ensuring that we have our public places of public accommodation that are safe spaces and free from intimidation and enforcement actions that might disrupt the lives of our community members. Additionally, I think it's really important. I'm so proud to live in this city. I'm so proud of all of the innovative and forward-thinking things that we've done, both on legislation and on legal advocacy. And I think giving our city attorney the delegated authority to join amicus briefs and advocate quickly for policies that would protect these vulnerable communities is key. And then, of course, making sure that we have programmatic stability, which is included in this 16 item, to include contingency strategies to protect some of our critical services, especially those that rely on any sort of federal funding. And then, of course, make sure that we are doubling down on our commitment to strengthening protections for our LGBTQIA plus individuals in all places in our city. Sorry, is someone putting up a slideshow at this? There seems to be a slideshow.
I'm
Apologies.
just changing back to the
Can
agenda.
you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, never mind. Sorry, I'm seeing a different viewpoint here. And then I think really working through community partnerships is really important. I want to ensure that it's clear that we're working with our regional partners on the immigration front and our local partners like FLU here, who worked to put forward our first resolution in 2017. But as we do that, I think it's important that we acknowledge those who feel vulnerable against acts of hate, period, and not just our immigrant population. I know that we've had some very severe issues of racism very recently since President-elect Trump has been elected. So ensuring that we're working with our Committee for Racial Justice is equally important, and that folks feel safe and protected here is very important. So we've put this item forward, signaling to both the community and the organization how we want to move. And I hope that this is a no-brainer for my colleagues. I'm not sure if anyone else wants to say anything.
I think you covered it, and I can make the motion.
And I would just, sure, and I would just add, I would like to make one small amendment that on our last item around the community partnerships, that we not only include FLU, but also include the Committee for Racial Justice.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move this item if Zwick or someone wants to second.
Yeah, second.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zenitskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Item 16O, request of Councilmembers Zwick, Zernitskaya, and Mayor Pro Tem Terosis that in order to reduce the time and costs associated with developing new housing in the city council direct the city manager and city attorney to return with an ordinance, by April 30th, 2025, that allows all housing projects as defined by California's Housing Accountability Act proposed in all non-residential zones except the Bergamot area plan to be processed through an administrative approval process regardless of the size of the parcel upon which the housing project is located.
Would either of you like to introduce?
Sure, I'll give a brief introduction. As part of our housing element, we committed to moving away from a discretionary to an administrative approval process for housing projects as a way of ensuring that housing gets built, especially in some of our non-residential portions of our city. That original proposal by staff was curtailed, and it's made it prohibitive in a number of ways for the feasibility of certain projects on larger parcels and in certain parts of the city. I want to be clear about a few things about what this does and doesn't do, because it seems like there's some confusion or misinformation going around. This is all about buildings that are already allowed within our current zoning code. It's just about making the approval process a little swifter. It doesn't actually, it's all about buildings that not only are they already allowed in our current zoning code, but that because of state law, we would have no power to deny now, even if we wanted to. Again, it's just about making the process a little smoother and swifter. It also isn't some sort of attempt to silence the public from weighing in on projects. There's actually state mandates for meetings on projects that include administratively approved projects. I think there's at least 2 public meetings that would have to occur with every project, including ones that are approved through our administrative process. So it's not an attempt to take away the public's voice. Again, it's just an attempt to make our process smoother, faster, and more economical so that we actually get the projects that we're hoping to see come to fruition at reduced time and reduced cost. Beyond that, I think that's it. I think just as additional, clarification and direction for staff, this isn't about asking them to come back with a complicated sort of opt-in plan as was devised in Bergamot. It's simply about taking the current administrative approval process that we afford to smaller lot projects and allowing that on larger parcels as well in all of the proposed zones.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Zwick did a great job explaining. I did just also want to add that according to our municipal code, housing projects that are eligible for administrative approval are still required to hold a public meeting prior to submitting an application, and they also have to go through the Architectural Review Board. So even with this proposed amendment, under the municipal code, there would still be opportunities for public input. So the intent is not to try to take away any opportunities for community engagement. It's just to provide some more certainty, which would make developing new housing, which is something we've committed to in our housing element, more of a certainty, which lets investors know, or whoever is funding development, that they're not going. There's less risk, basically. It's a risk mitigation measure. I think that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Councilmember Raskin.
First of all, I want to thank housing advocates here on the council and throughout the community for the work that's already been done to streamline many projects across the city. I think, Jesse, I think you'd mentioned that this wouldn't affect that many sites. I mean, there are very few sites that that meet that threshold for DRP. And, when I was on the planning commission, we developed this, the new framework for administrative approvals. There was considerable debate and discussion among the community on this. And, one of the things that came to mind was that there were some large sites in close proximity to the freeway where folks wanted to have a little bit more discretion to condition approvals in a way that could potentially address impacts of the freeway. I was talking specifically about, what was formerly the IC parts of the city. And this is all a roundabout way of saying it's my understanding that we're going to be hearing updates to the approval process in Q1 or Q2 2025 to make our laws consistent with the new versions of state law that were updated in the last legislative session. And I'm wondering if we can re-examine all of this at the time and figure out how to potentially address opportunities for community input, not just through streamlining DRPs, but also through community workshops. And I think we were all on the Zoom calls for the Hollywood community housing programs. I mean, that was something. And I think perhaps we might want to take this as an opportunity to more robustly figure out how we can facilitate making projects make sense while also making community input make sense. And I think that there are some lessons that could be learned from Hollywood community housing specifically. But obviously that's a larger conversation that hopefully we can have when these legislative updates come back in 2025.
Thank you. Councilmember Hall.
Yeah, just a question for the city attorney. Do you see this as affecting in any way Measure LC or commit us to anything in how we would think about future zoning for the airport for a park?
No, this has nothing to do with what can be built. This is just the process to get it done.
Okay,
And
thank
this
you.
does not affect what can be done at the airport.
Thank you.
Are there any more comments or?
No, I would just like to move the motion.
You can do that, and I don't know if anyone wants to second, but I was going to make my
I
comments.
can second. I was also going to respond to Alice, but I can do that now or later.
Go ahead, Councilmember Zwick.
Oh, just to say that, I think the intention is that there is a number of items that planning staff does intend to bring to council in late April, and that this ordinance would be included among those items as a package of things for us to consider. So by approving it now, they would have time to bring us an ordinance that would go through Planning Commission and come to us by that time, along with other ordinances, in part to stay consistent with changes in state law.
And just to be clear, it just means that it's coming back, and I agree with Councilmember Raskin that finding the balance between, I think if community input is just perfunctory, then it frustrates the community. I think if it's actually, going to be taken into consideration and valuable, which we've seen earlier tonight, there was a project that was discussed where that in fact did happen, and it was considered not in a residential area. However, most of our non-residential housing projects abut residential areas. So I don't want to belabor this. I echo that. I know this is just to move this item to come back. So we have a motion by Councilmember Zernitskaya and a second by Councilmember Zwick.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, I'm sorry. And Mayor Pro Tem Terozas?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that I have zero intention of having this affect the airport whatsoever. I just want to say that because there have been quite a few comments in the public about that. But secondly, I think that it's really important to note that, again, there is required public participation before any application can be submitted, period. So I do just want to make sure that people know that. And then finally, if we are going to move housing into commercial spaces and meet our RENA obligation, and we've heard from many residential R1 neighborhoods that they do not want increased density in those neighborhoods, we have to find places to develop housing. And so I think this is an attempt to leverage existing state law, leverage our existing process around community engagement, but ensure that we're not overburdening our R1 neighborhoods, and we're finding creative, innovative ways to develop in existing commercial areas. So I would just say I think it is in line with everyone in our community's desires here.
Well, thank you for that. I would just say that, if we knew in fact it was going to be a direct result in more affordable units, it would be a no-brainer, but unfortunately we can't, assume that. Obviously, it'll be more affordable for developers. And if there was an affordability, like if it was all for just affordable housing or 50% or more. But again, I'm happy to have this come back, and again, echoing Councilmember Raskin's point that the state is already coming down with these requirements. And so we might, by the time this comes back, this might be a requirement by the state of California anyways. And so we have a motion on the floor and a second, and we're ready to take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terozas?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes. All right, well, with that, we have 2 adjournments, unfortunately, tonight. And the first one I'm going to read is a personal friend of mine, and I'm going to try not to cry, who was born and raised in Santa Monica, went to McKinley, Lincoln Middle School, and Samo High. Her name is Nellie Gomez. She lived just a few blocks from me, and unfortunately passed away from breast cancer, so this is near and dear to my heart. It's with a heavy heart we honor the extraordinary life of Nellie Gomez. Born and raised in Santa Monica, a product of McKinley, Lincoln, and Samo, a remarkable woman whose zest for life inspired everyone around her. She worked in oncology, ironically, at UCLA in Santa Monica and had a boundless love for travel, exploring the world, and embracing new experiences with open arms. And I will just say that when she was given the diagnosis in 18 to 24 months, she did a bucket list travel around the world that was one that everybody dreams of having. Her adventurous spirit was matched by only her infectious enthusiasm, making every moment spent with her a joyous adventure filled with laughter and unforgettable memories. Nellie's love extended deeply to her mother, Marina, whom she cherished and always looked out for. Their bond was one of unwavering care and devotion. Marina has worked in Santa Monica at an elderly convalescent care center for many decades. We also cannot forget Pedro, who was more than a pet to Nellie. He filled her heart with love and brought her immense happiness, enriching her life in countless ways. Nellie adored her UCLA family as well as her childhood Santa Monica friends. She was a person whom we could always count on during our difficult times as well as our celebrating our successes. To all who knew Nellie knew warmth, joy, and the magic of genuine connection. She had this uncanny ability to lift spirits, and her presence was a gift that left everyone far better than she found them. Her passion for life was truly contagious, and she lived each day with an open heart and radiant smile. Nellie's beautiful soul touched countless lives, and her legacy of love, kindness, and laughter will live on in the hearts of those who were fortunate to know her. Though she may be gone, the memories of her vibrant spirit will remain with us forever. Nellie is survived by her mother, Marina Gomez, and Penelope, her fur baby. We will cherish her memory, honor her legacy, and hold her close in our hearts. In the United States, the American Cancer Society estimates that 42,250 women will die from breast cancer this year alone. Rest in peace, Nellie. You will be deeply missed, but never forgotten. And the other adjournment is for Mark Hayfell. It is with profound sadness that we adjourn this meeting in memory of Santa Monica resident Mark Hayfell, who passed away on Monday, November 11th, at the age of 82, following a courageous battle with cancer. Mark was a journalist, historian, editor, and radio personality whose work left an indelible mark on the city and the LA region. Over the course of 3 decades, he became one of the most dedicated chroniclers of Los Angeles government and its many challenges and opportunities. His writings featured in publications such as the LA Weekly, the Los Angeles Times, and the New York Times, and City News Service were essential reading for countless members of the public and serve as an enduring record of the region's rich and complex history. A mentor and role model to many in the field of journalism, Mark was celebrated for his integrity, high standards, wit, and eloquent writing style. His contributions as an editor were equally impactful as he worked with literary luminaries like Philip K. Dick, Marge Piercy, Kate Millett, and Isaac Asimov, shaping voices that have influenced generations. Beyond his professional achievements, Mark was a man of diverse passions, a cellist, singer, car enthusiast, and devoted cat lover. He attended historic events like the March on Washington and Woodstock, always bearing witness to the moments that shaped our world. As a devoted husband to Vivian Rothstein, a longtime community leader and activist, Mark shared a life filled with love, partnership, and mutual support. Today, we honor Mark's dedication to storytelling, his contributions to preserving our collective history, and the profound legacy he leaves behind. We extend our deepest condolences to Vivian and all of Mark's family, friends, and colleagues during this time of loss. As an ambassador of the American Cancer Society, I end this message saying, please go to the doctor, men and women alike, and get all your checkups. And with that, I end this meeting, and I am going to say, keep it sassy, Santa Monica. Good night. We will see you on we are going for a brief little winter break, and we won't see you until January 28th, which seems very long from now. So happy holidays, happy Kwanzaa, happy Hanukkah, winter solstice, whatever it is you celebrate, we wish you the best, and we will see you in the new year. Good night.